everybody. Welcome back to Wappleville. We got Little Arthur, we got Big Arthur, and this is the Big Arthur. Finally getting around to him here. Finally getting around to him. Now, again, this is the piece that I added here. Let me refresh this chat because for some reason it's got all the old stuff on it. Aether Armored Wolf. So, yeah, I literally an hour ago was still in a vehicle. And of course, it took extra time, Armored Wolf, because everything was all my stuff. I took it somewhere. So all the figures at the game, everything cammed. I took it all. Hey there, Altfax. So I took it somewhere to show people, which meant actually cammed. Oh, cammed. I got pictures to show. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Time out. Time out. I can. I think. Thanks, Grandor. I could use me some of this here because we're operating about 2.5 hours of sleep. Nice to see you there, Mutu. So check. Let me see if I can. I think it'll be easier to find it in here. So 1 second. Time out. Here we go. Yeah. So this is laid out. See, they got the box. It's got the stuff here. So here's all the figures here. I think we got another. Here we go. Look at this. So check this out. So this is what I had to put back, Camda. All the books. This was the box with all the stuff in it with the new thing that I printed out, Camda. Hey there, Paradigm. Great to see you there. Mutu, hope that you're doing well. So, look at this. Look at that. That's a better view of the box there, Camda. Look at that. Thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. And actually, look at this. Look at this. Oh, wait. Let me repress. There you go. Get that. Look at this. There we go. We got Arthur. We're going to be painting him now. So, Paradigm, great to see you. Altfax, I hope that you are doing well. Now, check this out. Okay. So, that's Boomer right there. And Boomer loves this box. Actually, it was a different box, but they gave Boomer that box. And we turned it into that. Remember Age of Renaissance? Well, as I do it, these right here, these are the actual resources. Spice, cloth, stone, wood. These are the different... Look at this. Remember Hamburg? There's Hamburg right there. Look, there's dice there. So well, then we did this. Yeah, then, look. Whoops, wrong. There we go. So yeah, that happened. And oh, look, there's London, Barcelona. Oh, look, there's Hamburg right there. There's Paris, Genoa, Venice. Now for the Barcelona. So yeah, there's your 6 civs right there. There's your 6 civs. So yeah, I thought you would get actually Camda. I meant to send you those pictures. I'm sorry, I never got a chance to send them to you. It was that busy and crazy. That busy and crazy. So we're just gonna try and make this. Now this is the thing that Grand Oracle I was telling you about with the sculpting stuff here. So see these? Wow, look at that. Oh, wait a minute. There's a little piece of our supports there. So these lines right here. So these 2 lines, this line up here, that's sculpted in. Yeah, I actually sculpted that stuff in. So that looks like it worked there, Camda. Oh, and this is a little ball that I added. Because this is actually hollow on the inside. So yeah, that's let me do a little bit of filing here. I thought I had done all this, but again, sometimes, right, Grand Oracle, until it gets some primer on it or something, you can't necessarily see it. I mean, we're going to paint over all this stuff anyway. Oh, by the way, this is just a spray paint here. There we go. Grand Oracle is on a streak. Where are we doing? There it is. There we go. We got a bunch of people watching there. Why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? Now, we're also going to try and do some of this filigree right here. And some of the digital stuff. We'll be doing that. Now, a note here. We got kind of a hybrid on the palette. I thought for funsies, geez, remember this Grand Oracle? We were trying to, remember on the ships, And I thought this was kind of neat. So Grand Oracle, you haven't really seen me, or sorry, Camden, you haven't seen this used too much. I think this is kind of before you were watching there. So we're gonna try and use this here for his cloak and such, because we haven't really used that. And we do have this out there. We do have this out there. We also have Indant Throne blue. We didn't use Indant Thren blue. We use Indant Throne because Arthur and all that kind of stuff. So Mutu, the again, that's actually some of the oh gosh, some of the Patreon videos. It's not spray primer or anything like that. It's do I have a Liquitex? No, I don't have any Liquitex paint here. Oh wait, no, this is golden acrylics. It's basically just it's acrylic paint in a spray can. It's just acrylic paint in a spray can. So it's not any spray primer or anything like that. It's what I used on all the tiles. Let me just well, we're just gonna start doing some brushy stuff here. I wonder. I'm more dressed. So here's the ultramarine blue. Yeah, Cam Destaria, I didn't get a chance to write you. Would you say a more elaborate message? Uh, I was because I was trying to get all this stuff back in here. Yes, and actually, Cam, that's the stuff that I've been trying to get with the what the resin stuff, Camda. And now it said May 4th, so it's May 3rd now, because obviously it's now Sunday. So I'm gonna actually, well, Camda, if you don't mind, shoot me a message just to say, hey, don't forget after the stream that it's time for me to start checking their Camda, see if it's in stock again. Mutu, it's just Liquitex spray cans. Just go on to Dick Blick there, Mutu. Go into Liquitex and look for acrylic spray paint. So yeah, go look for that. Now again, this is ultramarine blue. This is very different, and then we have Endanthrin blue to make to make it super dark here in the recesses. So yeah, the Camda, the Alkyd resin, of course, is the one thing that was out of stock. And remember, I was saying that it wouldn't let me do PayPal for items that were out of stock, well, or back ordered. That's it. Yeah, it wasn't gonna let me do PayPal for back ordered stuff, and I'm like, well, okay, no PayPal, no order, because I didn't really want to be doing actually now. Let me go more in Dancer and Blue here. So Camda's got the link there. Now, of course, Jackson Art, Jerry's Artorama. Jerry's Artorama might have it too. But I know Dick Blick does because, well, that's where I get them from. And again, I used them on terrain pieces a bunch, right, Grand Oracle? Yeah, I'm just going to hit you too. Just going to hit this with some of our even darker blue here, like super, super dark back in there. Just because maybe, I was almost thinking of doing a little bit of red back there, but I think we're just going to keep it all blue. So thanks, Camden, for posting a link there. See, you thought this was dark, right? That's even darker there. Now, I wanted to get this on here first, and actually, Grand Oracle, you could almost think of this as a very dry pre-glaze. There you go, Grand Oracle. Think of it as a super, 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 super dry pre-glaze. Because I'm actually going to wipe some of this away, Grand Oracle, right here, where these folds are. Now, if you remember, it's been a while there, Grand Oracle, but remember the Williamsburg Ultramarine Blue? It's like it had almost a tiny bit of staining power to it if you left it on there for a while. Yeah, let's keep going with this. Keep dropping this into our shadow. So again, we didn't do the normal kind of glazy stuff here, did we? We basically just mostly kind of dry brushed all this stuff into our crevasses here. Well, actually, Grandor, it's only appropriate, right? Because we have the dry, what is it? the wettest dry brush ever. Now we have the driest pre-glaze ever. Because we do words, Camdo, right? We do words. So it was really neat to see all of the stuff in one place. When I told everybody there, how Camda, Grand Oracle, Surface Tension, all you guys were going to do test printing because they all asked about plate tip. Remember the guy that I was telling you about with the pick-off table chart? Guess what we were talking about for like an hour today? It was Hank, Jeff, Dave, and I because we were the four place testers in that baseball league. Yep, and Hank and Jeff were talking. That was like 10 years ago. That was more than 10 years ago, and it was like it was yesterday. It was like it just happened yesterday. Yeah, I'll try to get you guys. Even now, Camden, would it be okay if it's just a couple of files? Because for me to try and get all the files into a directory, or sorry, into the say in a Google Drive, it just would take a bunch of time I don't have right now because the files keep changing too much. There you go, Mutu. Now, Mutu, I should look at my own Dick Blick and tell you which ones not to get, so you don't end up getting ones that I need. Uh, just, just I realized, wow, look at how matte this is. Look at how old that's totally wet. It looks like it's completely dry. That's why I like this ultramarine blue. Wait a minute. You can even see it on the. You can see it on here. It's like ultra matte. Look at that. Is that nutsoid or what? So Mutu, I had about 30 seconds to try and prime this thing when I got back from this surprise birthday thing. I ran down in the basement. I took this thing. I grabbed the black can and went psst, and I took the blue can and went psst, and I took a lighter blue can and went psst, and it was literally less than 2 minutes. But the key thing is Mutu. Um, Unlike the very nasty spray cans, the spray primers and all that kind of stuff. First of all, this is foam safe. You can use it on foam because I tried it. Also, um, you you technically could use it if you wanted to, maybe without a mask. I, of course, am using a mask, but that's how less nasty it is compared to what you would get out of like a primer can or something like that. So it's not like that. So Camden, I'll try to get you. I might have to give them to you piecemeal. That would be the files for printing. I might have to get you those a little bit, like a few at a time. Either that or you'll be waiting a little bit longer to get all of the files because again they keep changing so much. So you could you could print out a bunch of test files there, Camda, and I could say like, oh yeah, those aren't part of the game anymore. So that's what I don't want to have happen to you there, Camda. Is that you're like, oh look at this one printed out great, and I'm like, oh that's great, it's not in the game anymore because we are still in that phase of well, okay, we wanted to add this, that's just not practical, so that's got to go away. Now, what's not going to go away is we got to get some glowy stuff here, and this is why we brought out the big guns, Grand Oracle. So that is our cobalt teal bluish right there. We ain't kidding around. So Mutu, again, think about it. If I was going to try and shoot and again, it's because of, see all these recesses here? I would normally just brush on the primer, but it's almost impossible to reach that with a brush. So it gave me some color, right, Mutu? It also basically primed it, but the thing is there was nothing to clean up. It was grab a can, spray, grab another can, spray, and I could do it all indoors. So again, well, because we don't use white primer, we don't use black primer, right? We're using actual colors here. And if you saw the tiles, right, that we had showed off the last couple of streams, those were done the same way with the spray can. Here we go. So you can see that's I used the red and the orange. I used the brown first, then I used red, then I used orange. So it's again, it's kind of something like what you would do, but I'm after more colors, and that's what's missing. Mutu is those extra colors, and I was going to order those, and I had all of this stuff ready to go, and I go to check out, and it's not letting me check out. I'm like, what the heck is going on here? And that's because unfortunately the alkyd resin was not in stock, and it was not going to let me place an order via PayPal unless it was in stock. And it said it wasn't going to be on stock until May 4th or something. So here we're going to start doing a little bit of minor source lighty type stuff. I mean, look at how matte that is. And that's why I just hit it with the blue stick, because I knew this was coming, right? I knew I was going to be hitting it with the ultramarine and this other stuff. Yeah, Grand Oracle, if I forget to send you the pictures of the break spread of all the Arthurian stuff there, or Cyberthurian stuff, just say, hey, could you send me those pictures? Same thing there, Camda. Just say, hey, I want to see those pictures of what you were showing to them, because I'd never seen it all in one place myself. Yeah, that was the first time I'd seen everything in one place, because, well, there is no one place for me to put it here. Well, not in this room. I could have it downstairs, out on one of my filming tables. That'd be great, except, well, then I couldn't do anything with it down there. While I'm streaming up here, not too helpful. So again, this is one of several power nodes that I made right here. And again, I appreciate any doses of medicine, because holy smokes, there's virtually no sleep had today. So we're going to try to avoid sleep streaming as best as I can. Mutu, the Prussian blue is a good one. The various, what are the grays? There's a burnt sienna one that's good there, Mutu. And like Camda was saying, right, and even here with this skin tone, all right, yeah, let's grab maybe this guy. Now, of course, like Camda was saying, I got me a little undertone there. So some of the blue is like literally already. And of course, it's the primers that we always talk about, the value, right? Not too dark and not too light, not black, not white. It can be a color, doesn't matter about the color. You just don't want it to be super dark or super light. That's a no bueno. So look at the difference that makes. Watch this. Let's have a gratuitous film noir here, Paradigm. Paradigm. I think the higher the number, the darker the gray is. Now let me do this. See that? Do you see any difference between the face? I mean, there's a slight value difference between the face and the crown, but that's practically nothing. Now watch this. Yeah, look at that. These two are the same value. There is no difference in the value. That's just that we got a warmer skin tone, right, versus this cooler color up here. That's what you're seeing. Now, again, Paradigm and Mutu and such, one of the key things about that, like I mentioned, it's foam safe. So there's a bunch of terrain that I was able to hit with that stuff that was all made out of foam, and it didn't disintegrate anything. So if you get a lot of foam terrain or foam anything, You can be secure in the knowledge that you can spray that to your heart's content with this stuff, and it's not going to just melt it away. So that's what the film noir can do for you there, Paradigm. Now here it's a little bit different. Now we're actually starting to get some value on there. You can see it. Let's do this again. All right, one second. 1 second here. So now you can. So that's a bit of a value difference now. It's Wraith Arthur. There you go. There you go, Grand Oracle. It's Wraith Arthur. Yeah, give me that ring. Bring back our contrasty there. I'm just gonna keep this on the brush here. Let's get some of our yellow. Let's get some mellow yellow out here on his crown. And again, what's underneath there? Blue. It's the same blue that's underneath the cloak. Color goes somewhere, must go everywhere, right, Altfax? Changing this up big time. Some of that here. Some of that up here. This also is going to be some. I mean, it's Arthur after all. He should have some gold. And again, some of these lines in here, again, I can't wait to do this with the pressure sensitive tablet, Grand Oracle. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to set up the simple one, because that's the one I'm going to use for recording stuff. The stuff that I do kind of for the high level work, that's going to be a whole nother computer, at least for now anyways. Well, paradigm, that's what changes the paradigm, right? Sometimes just kind of doing the extra work and such there. Nice to see you there, Valfera. Sorry this is so late, Valfera. Now, Valfera, did you get a chance to see the Derby? I unfortunately missed it. I did get to see a replay. So I got to see a very dramatic. I mean, that was one heck of a race, actually. That was a most Now, of course, if you were betting, and if you put yourself some money on Golden Tempo, well, you got yourself some golden whatever if you did that. Because I think that was at 23 to 1 or 26 to 1 or something there, Valfera. Yeah, that was a substantial. That must have been a payday for somebody. At 26 to 1, and I think at least one horse got scratched as they're putting him in the gate because he chucked a guy off of him. I get this, Valfera. I got some picture. There might be a Cyberthuria version of Age of the Renaissance board game. That might just have to happen. And I might never show it to anybody except just for the, as veteran Age of the Renaissance players. It may not be something I show to anybody ever. It could possibly just be for us, and that's it. That's it, Grand Oracle. And of course, Grand Oracle, I would give anything if the jockey was actually named Trend. I'm thinking that was not his name, given, most jockeys tend to come from certain areas, but that would be hilarious if that was his name, Grand Oracle. Valfera, there's two reasons why I knew it was today, and it was the same person. So it was Dave, who has a big Derby Day party. And that's been his traditional thing every year. I thought it was next week, Valfera. I thought it was next Saturday. Now, I think I sent you guys pictures of Cyber Kathy and Cyber Jiro, right? If I didn't, I apologize, and I'll try and get you pictures of those. But I printed out the first Cyber Cat that was printing while I was gone. It looks like there's no failures. And remember, that's what I was hoping to paint on the 13th. So that would be a Wednesday stream. It'll be a Wednesday stream, and I'm hoping that that could start as early as, say, 9 Central Time. Because obviously I want to give Kathy's friends on the East Coast, or in the Eastern Time Zone, whatever you want to call it, some, at least to get the chance to see some of it. But people already really like Cyber Jiro, that's for sure. So again, if anybody has not seen the pictures of Cyber Jiro and Cybercat, I'll try and bring those up too here. Just let me get this paint here on Arthur. Where's his beard? There we go. His mustachio there. More hair, more beard, more mustachio. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Everybody please give Inganes a follow. And of course, Inganes, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? Now, Camden, did you already share your stuff? I don't think so. So make sure that you share your stuff there, Camden. I don't think you did. Unless you did and I didn't get a chance to see. Where's my hype train here? I think I scroll right on past it. Inganes. 90 let me see. Everybody's at 107, right? Belfair, Camden, and Aaron will be at 107, I think, or 106. Now it's about 107. I think it's 107. I could be wrong, and I apologize for that, but I think you guys are at 107 now. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Inganes just shared. So again, this is starting to take some shapes here. Starting to take a little bit of shapies there. I'm gonna keep going with this and this. Some more here. So again, everybody please give Inganes a follow if you could. It'd be sensational. So just trying to really lay out some heavy duty lights. So now the areas that I had to keep re-supporting. Actually, old Camden, this is where I did that. Remember I said I did a new version of my star-shaped support? There was a giant column that came up from here, and I made it super thick, Camden, and there was a whole bunch of things radiating off of it. It was like all up and down his arm, because this is one of the things that didn't print. And then down here, there was another area of mischief right down in there, and this up here. Oh yeah, Valfera, that's the new Guinevere sculpt that I made. That's the new Guinevere sculpt that I made. Because it said right there, I said, because I was waiting for them to come and get me, so that's why I sent you that. And that's another one of those things directly from one of my original paintings. Let me see if I can find our Cyber Kathy and Jiro here. Well, I'll just have to really scroll back pretty far. Oh, here we go. There you go. So there's Cyber Jiro, and instead of two pigtails, as you can, it's two sets of braids here. And I really did like the sword. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make a diorama of this. with all of this. It's basically a cyber dungeon right there. So I'm trying to make a, and then here's and that I think is this the No, not that one. Ah, here we go. Yeah. So there's actually a photograph of Kathy in a pose like this. So that's why you see this pose right here. And there's again, there's Cyber Giro right there. And again, those I'm trying to make. Again, I'm just going to do the test prints there for the 13th. The diorama thing. That's something that I was hoping to do as, oh, what would you say, as a shadow box sort of thing. Uh, because I want the figure to be completely separate from the backdrop. And of course, well, let's see. I think I might be able to show you. Ah, here we go. So again, this is this is the original painting right here. Actually, up here is Lancelot. See all that red right there for Lancelot? That's Lancelot there. And then this is the non-cyber version right here. And this is something I'm going to try and probably test print tomorrow right here. So again, that's a cyber version. And this white cloth could be interesting with the red lining. See that red lining? I thought that could be an interesting tutorial video right there. Hey there, heathen. How you doing? So happy Sunday there, free heathen. I hope that all is well with you on this Sunday morning. Look at how matte that is. I mean, doesn't this look like it's bone dry? Is that crazy or is that crazy? Or is it just crazy? Call me crazy. So, free heathen, I hope that things are going well. I hope that you got plenty of fun miniature projects going on, and that those are also kind of going the way you'd like them to. Let me get some more. So again, this is we're just using this. This is the spray can stuff right here, Mutu. This blue is just the spray can stuff, and again, that's acrylic paint. That's not primer. That's not the nasty spray can primer or anything like that. It is basically okay. Here we go. Ah, there you go. It's basically this stuff in a can, right here. It is this Liquitex, this paint right here in a can. Free heathen, sorry that again. Well, Friday was definitely a day I was not going to be around because of the class and everything. That pretty much took out about 8 hours worth of Friday right there. So sorry I couldn't be there, free heathen, to say hello and such. Well, actually, hopefully, Adepticon, speaking of which, free heathen, I hope that went real well for you. Now, if there's any kind of award stuff that you got there, free heathen, at Adepticon, painting-wise, tournament-wise, whatevs, you want to share that, please go ahead, right, Doji? Yeah, Mutsu, I think I had 4 or 5 of those in my cart. Unfortunately, again, the one thing that I absolutely had to have, had to be part of that order, was not in stock. So we'll wait it out. And again, I'm gonna try and check after the stream, and we'll see if that stuff is actually in stock. I might even check during the stream. Who knows? Because I might either have to refresh my medicine, or I may just have to stand up so I don't keel over. Well, free heathen, if you wanted to share some links to your game and all that kind of stuff, to your game book and stuff, please feel like you can do that too. So there's Jerry's Artorama Mutu. Sometimes Jerry's Artorama has a better, because right now I think you got to spend 79 bucks or something like that to get free shipping. That was the other surprise there, Grand Oracle. It's like I thought it was 60 bucks for free shipping. Oh no, it's 79 or 60, something like 70 bucks. No, it's more like 80. And I just gotten to, like, I don't know, $81 or something like that, or $79.50. I was all happy, and then boom, it wouldn't let me do the order basically. And yep, Valfera and Grand Oracle remember well the great shortage of, what was it, the zero brushes or the double zero brushes, Valfera? I forget which ones they were. Oh, look at that. Look at that nifty stuff that's happening there. Oh, and by the way, that's still not straight up white. That is still not straight up white. Not by a long shot. I want to just make a little notation of that. Also of that. Memorial. Gee whiz. Huh. Uh, I wonder if there's going to be like a Memorial Day sale there. Because that happens too. There could be I just realized there could be a Memorial Day sale. So everybody check out the game there. The Free Heathen posted. And people were, they were really gobsmacked by the Cyber 3 because I had the board. I had all the stuff there. They basically couldn't believe what they were looking at because I didn't have the bas reliefs. That's the one thing that I couldn't bring. But I brought, I think, all of the busts. I didn't bring any of the Celtic goddesses or anything like that. I just focused on the Cyberthuria stuff. So again, everybody check out that linky there. That Free Heathen just posted. And remember, at a certain point, I will try to. I'll try to live stream some some of the gameplay. Yeah, actually, it was before these Grand Oracle. It was even before these. But then these two, it also happened with these. It was, what was, I can't remember what the brush was, Grand Oracle. And I think that, wasn't there a paint also, Grand Oracle, that it's like, I would make the mistake of saying, hey, it's on sale, or hey, they've got them in stock. And by the time I could go place the order, they weren't in stock anymore. So again, everybody, please check out the linky there that Free Heathen just posted. And go give some feedbacks there to Free Heathen. No problem, Heathen. Sorry that the streams have always been at such weird times. Like this is like I said, right? This was going to be even late for me. Even for me, this is a late stream. Technically, though, I said it would be a substitute Saturday, which is typically Sunday. This is a Sunday stream. So I'm gonna say that I totally called it. I absolutely 100% called it. Nice to see you there, Surface Tension. So Surface Tension, I got lots of pictures to send you tomorrow. There's some more fun stuff. And again, I made a whole nother sculpt today. Actually, two more sculpts. Yeah, while I was waiting for the people to come and grab me, I was able to make two more sculpts. Now, well, Free Heathen, I really do hope that it makes folks just kind of feel like they can be more at ease with their painting and stuff, right, Free Heathen? We certainly want people to feel like they can have some fun, some relaxation, right, Heathen? Because, well, there's plenty of things that cause stress, right, Heathen? You don't have to seek it out. It will find you. Oh, and of course, Camda, I told the story. So actually, that wasn't a screen door that they were slamming, Camda. I guess it was like a bedroom door or something. And that was when James was 2 years old. He was like 2.5 years old when that happened. So we were reminiscing, and of course, I told about how you had to kind of take a little bit of a pause on one of the streams, right, Camda, because there was a little bit of a fracas. Glad that you're able to get some terrain going there, surface tension. Of course, surface tension, I don't think you had a chance to share your stuff yet. Go ahead and share some of your fabulous oil painted miniatures there. There we go. That, there, over here. I have to remember though, some of this stuff is regular, uh, Windsor, or sorry, Williamsburg and such. Don't need to put thinner on that stuff. So everybody check out that Mastodon link there. That surface tension just shared. So yeah, they got a kick out of your story there, Camda. That they had almost, I mean, it's not like they had forgotten about it, but they hadn't thought about that in a while. So that kind of gave them a little bit of a chuckle there, thinking about. Now they didn't chuckle about it at the time, right, Camda? There was no chuckling about it at the time. And then we also talked about how James, as senior patrol leader, he cut the corner off of a guy's totem ship card for cutting himself. And he had just gotten it something like right at the start of that particular camping trip. He had just gotten it. He was all happy, or right before it, or something like that. And the first thing he did was slice himself. I'm sure you've seen that happen once or twice, right, Grand Oracle? Now, apparently, I guess, citizenship and the nation, or sorry, community, nation, and world. Those badges still exist, and I think that all three of them are Eagle requirements. I could be wrong, but I think all three of them are, even to this date. So again, just kind of making our changes here on the armors and all that stuffs. Did I get the gold? This is sort of. I got a little bit on that side. Not quite enough there. And even this, not our latest light. We can go lighter than that, but we're gonna do some. We will actually finally get to do some darker glazes on things. We're just trying to kind of lay out some stuffs here. So again, everybody, please check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension just shared. Let me get some of this in here. Over here. Like a so. And again, we'll be doing some darker glazy things on this. We're just rocking and rolling for right now. Some of this later stuff, which is not white. I mean, there's some white in there. It's mixed with the Indian yellow or mango yellow. Where are we at here? Nope. Oh my god, a big old blob of paint. We got rid of the blob there. Is nice. Doing this. And again, we're using our fabulous new holders right here. I really love these things, and not having the stupid holder in there. What I'm gonna do for the next, I'm gonna actually kind of get the magnets in there right away. That was another thing I had to do after the stream. It was do a whole bunch of magnets. It was practically Adepticon all over again. Also, citizenship. That's a fourth one. Citizenship in the society. Let's see. It was dropped this year. It cannot be started now if it or is this to be finished by the end. Ah, okay. So it's dropped. Okay. That one seems kind of unusual there, Grand Oracle. I'm trying to figure out what that was designed to promote. I don't know if that was designed to promote kind of public speaking skills or interpersonal speaking skills or something. I'm not sure. Where's me weight? There's me weight. Now, Doji, did you have a chance to share your stuff in the chat there? Oh, and Doji, there is actually cobalt teal bluish on the palette. That's what's over here. That's what's on the sword and such. That's a genuine cobalt teal bluish. Oh, and yeah, when I start doing the corrupted Cyberthurian figs, all of those basically were hit en masse with the with that spray stuff, like massively hit with it. That's a day in the life, right, Camda? I mean, all kidding aside, that is literally every day here. Because right when I'm not streaming, I'm filming. Yeah, that's just another day that ends in Y here. Well, that's fantastic there, Doji. Fantastic. Now again, this was the most complicated sculpting that I've done so far, uh, because this had to be resized, it had to be reshaped. Then there is actual texture that on the armor itself. So there's some more. I don't know if you want to call them panel lines there, Camda, but it was sort of like physical panel lines that I was adding. And then I actually added that little circle in there because that was not part of it. Try that. There we go. We'll try to get some of our lighter golds up in here again before we start hitting this with the some of our darker glazy stuff. You know, I'm gonna do this too. What else what did we just do this on? We just did this gold on. Oh, it was one of the figure. Oh, speaking of which, so we finally have a new Galahad's going. I was trying to describe this to folks there. So the wings much stronger, and then this was the key part. This stuff is much thicker than it was the first time around. So that well, basically what was happening is a lot of this would just crumble away as soon as I kind of put any kind of pressure on it. That would just crumble away. So now much stronger. And you can see that gold has the blue underneath it as kind of an overtone. Now, what I will be doing is probably doing finishing off the face first because I might be sticking my hand on this part. So we're gonna actually kind of go all the way through on the face there. Speaking of which, we're gonna have to get some greens on that as well. No, you know, if it's gonna be close to the, let's not mess with it. Let's not mess with that. Let's leave that be. What I am gonna do though is get a little more of my lighter gold stuff in there. Now again, there might be a couple of trips to go refresh the medicine, as in I may just need to stand up and do some walk-ins around or whatever. Because the most silent streams of all are sleep streams, as we know. let me just chuck a little bit of this into here, and then over here, start thinking about some of that on his feet is here. It's a whole different thing, right? Surface tension, well, when it's friends and family versus perfect strangers that you pretty much know you're never going to see again, right? Surface tension. Yeah, if that's somebody that could, for potentially the rest of your life, there's surface tension, go, hey, remember what you did at that wedding? Remember that speech you gave at that wedding? Yeah, can you imagine that surface tension? That would be somewhat more difficult to live down. All right, here you go. This is Sevres blue. That is Sevres blue mixed with ultramarine blue. Wow, this is such a different blue from everybody else because everybody else has Prussian blue. By comparison, that's a very greenish blue. This is all much more of a reddish blue right here. It's not violet there, Lou. How you doing? So, Lou, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Hope you're doing well. I see we have another little piece here that still managed to get stuck in the primer. So let's see if we can just get that out of there. Again, that wasn't a support. Well, it was a support. It had been ripped out of elsewhere, but that then got stuck to some paint on the figure itself. So Free Heathen, these are all Cyberthurians right here. So as you can see, they've got cybernetic elements to them, like these power nodes here, and you can see the cabling on him. I don't have my Wapelius Spellbrush figure here, but we also now we don't have a ton of my. Actually, I still do have some. Here we go. So we've got a whole line of these, and as you can look at that, weathering powders. Where's that? Oh, here we go. Look at this. So there you go. And of course, well, we've done tons and tons of bolt action stuff. And by tons and tons of bolt action stuff, I mean tons and tons of it. And also, I mean, again, we've certainly done plenty here of the 40K stuff, done the vehicles, done all that, and also too. Here we go. We have done dozens and dozens of our 1/1800 scale World War II ships. We've done tons of Battlefleet Gothic. Also too, we're working on our Middle Earth War at Sea, right? And let's see if we can get back to that. There's again some more of our World War II. Also terrain. Whoops, that's not terrain. There's some terrain in there for it. More terrain there. Oh, look, there's our Necrons. And oh, look at this fabulous, all of our Galactica stuff that we did. Also, more historicals. Also, all of the flat art that we do. There's your Tau right there. Yep, so Free Heat, and of course, well, these aren't the official ones now, but we also have our Lord of the Rings gummy bears that we did. And again, this might kind of show off a little bit more that this is more of a cybernetic type of a thing here. Yeah, this ought to show it right here. So again, this is our whole cyber theory universe. It says it right there on the screen, right there. And again, everybody please, hey, a Free Heathen, if you wanted to share your link again there. Because, were you just starting that project then, Free Heathen, when you first joined on the stream a while back? I could swear you were just kind of getting going on a big project. And I think that's what you were just sharing there. Again, sorry that my brain is, it just doesn't remember things. Ooh, that's Severus Blue Grand Oracle mixed with that Ultramarine. That is not nothing, let me tell you. Great to see you there, Horns fan. Is it another one of those insomnia nights for you? Yeah, Horns fan. Yeah, I didn't actually start the stream till after midnight. Remember, I was saying it might be an after. It would be a Sunday stream most likely. Uh, I wasn't really thinking at this time on Sunday, but I just figured, you know what? Because of the, I was already in the almost zero sleep range. I just thought, well, if I try and do it tomorrow, there won't be time to sleep and do all the other stuff. So I just like, well, we're just gonna try and do the stream here, and see what happens. See what happens here. Now, because I've been itching to get. I mean, how many months now? Well, what am I saying? How many weeks? Because all of this stuff again did not exist as of, I want to say, about February 20th. That's when I really first genuinely started making the Cybertheria stuff. Because again, remember, I was working on all the Starship stuff. That's what I was working on back in January slash February, February in particular. You know what? That's got to be gold. So we're going to be changing that. After I do this a little bit more dry brushy there, we got some more gold to change to. See you later there, Doji. Have yourself a good one. Everybody, please check out the link that Doji shared. Check out the link that Ngani shared. Check out the link that Camda shared. Also, Doji, Camda, Ngane's surface tension. Horns fan. All kidding aside, that's the even like last. Well, what would you say? At what 11 o'clock this morning, a bench basically fell asleep with an iPad sitting on top of my face as I was trying to do another couple of renders of stuff. If you think a phone landed on your head is heavy, try an iPad landing on your face. That was less than that was not one of the more comfortable things. Not a super comfortable experience. That's going to be rated very low on that 1 to 10 scale. Yeah, that's not a winning. It's not a winning thing right there. Having the iPad landing on the face. I'm just doing the. Ooh, that's Severus Blue. Now they just put a little bit of weight in there. Oh man, I'm telling you, this is again, this is the Williamsburg Ultramarine Blue. This is not like the Ultramarine Blue you're going to get from other companies there, which is going to be kind of weak, kind of on the shiny side. This is hyper matte, and oh my god, it's got some chops to it. It's got some monster chops to it. Tuesday, yes, Horns fan. That is the magical day of the week that we call Tuesday. Armored Wolf and I were the only ones allowed to call a Tuesday. So if you should suddenly see that it's like May 47th or something like that, then you know that Armored Wolf and I called several Tuesdays this month. Because it doesn't register on the human calendar, it only registers on my calendar. Which again, we use a different calendar than humans. Different species, different calendar. Let me get some of this gold in here now. Let's just chuck a little bit of you in there. And over there, don't mind if the blue mixes in, because, well, I mean, it should have a little bit of blue mixed in there. Again, that's a rather barbaric custom. You voluntarily choose to lose consciousness for several hours every single day, leaving yourself vulnerable to attacks from magic markers, perhaps putting some kind of a graffiti on your face. Also, you wake up with weird breath, weird hair. You require several applications of this thing called coffee to try and actually get yourself to wake up. It seems very inefficient and barbaric. Let me get some gold over here. And over here too. There you go. And again, that blue is just mixing right with it. Straight away. Like you do. Okay, so there we go. And now let's get our gold along here. Surface tension. I was telling everybody about some of the graphics, the memes that you've made. And of course, I was trying to explain to them what rocket surgery is.
Who enters my domain?
How's about we welcome in Kagome's Fury, because Kago dares to enter our domain. Kagome's Fury, how you doing? Great to see you again. Of course, Kagome's Fury, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Kagome's Fury a follow, because it is free to follow Kagome's Fury. There you go. See, I can do that. I can do words. Thanks, Horns Fan. Actually, now, Horns Fan, this is the sound that's supposed to sound here, I think. Let's see, I think it's this. For some reason there, Horns Fan, that doesn't work. I don't know why. It's absolutely bizarre. Where are we at? We're in this stuff here. So we're painting up some more of our Cyberthurians here, Kago. So now we're doing the full figure version of Arthur here. Here's the bust version. So again, there's the bust version of our Cyber Arthur. And now that we got this, we can show this. Here it is. Here it is. So this again is all part of our board game here. Look at that. There's Arthur. Also Nimue. Also our Lady of Shallots. And again, here's some of the side panels here. And then here's some of the content. We were actually painting up some of the tiles in some of these. And also some of the... oh, well, look at this. There's... well, we know where is our Lady of Shallots? Here she is. Our Lady of Shallots. So look at that. There's our Lady of Shallots. And here is Nimue. Right here. All painted with the oils. There you go. There's Nimue. And of course, we have Mordred here. So there's Mordred there. And here's Mordred here. Let's get these guys side by side. Whoa, there you go. That's going to be super fun. Kagome's Fury. Sorry about that. It always drives you nuts, right? Nice to see you there, Jordan. Appreciate that. Switchblade has a 30 stream streak. We're going to do a quick little live stream there. Switchblade, how you doing, Switchblade? And of course, again, here is our... There's our Lancelot. We also, again, the bust version of him too. You can see he's got another one of those power cores. Like Arthur does. Now we've been doing the board game versions of the minute. Where's Merlin? Here he is. So this is a whole new sculpt. It's not just this thing smaller because this is designed for 75 mil size. So this is a whole new sculpt right here. Again, that is for the board game. Now here we have some unpainted stuff. So essentially there we needed something that would actually fit on our game tiles right here, and we were painting, like I said, some of the game tiles. Here's the specialty ones. So these are some of the multi-directional relay hexes. So this is a standard one. That's a high relay, and as you can see, that's a grail relay. And the two folks that can do grail relays, that would be Galahad, because the grail is literally in his armor. And oh, look at this. There's a very tiny Arthur. We're going to be doing this freehand on the big Arthur figure, but yeah, that's kind of a tile that they specialize in. Uh, let's see, the high relays, folks like Nimue, because again, that controls data flow right there. Everybody starts out on Avalon. This is a specialty tile. This may never even show up in the game. That is basically a cyber round table right there. And then that is a corruption token that, where's Mordred? Here we go. So that is something that Mordred can drop down on a tile. You can also corrupt the characters as well. So Switchblade, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. And again, Kagome's Fury, if you haven't shared something, please go ahead and do that. You can see again that it's a simplified sculpt. It's generally the same, right? But we don't have this. We don't have any of the stuff on the base. It's a much more simplified sculpt right there of, again, of Nimue. There you go. Here's some of the contents of the box. Oh yeah, we also did dice. Again, lots of tokens. And then here again are some more of the tiles. And then here's again some of the, these are the power nodes that go onto those tiles, as well as the corruption tokens there too. Everybody check out that Instagram link that almost said Surface Tension. Well, check out Surface Tensions too, but check out Switchblade Mike. Now, where's our original? Here we go. So we did this as a tutorial video for shiny gold non-metallic for Galahad. Here, again, you can see the grail right in his chest there. The full figure version, let me turn this down, is going to look more like this. So he's going to have his white armor right there. Actually, I think, do I have my illustrations over here? Let me see if you can see it in one of my illustrations here. Not sure if you can. 1 second here. No, oh, that's right. This is, where's our other one here for Our Lady of Shalott? Everything's stuck together here, of course. Oh, there we go. There's your cyber round table. So you can see that's the tile that I painted there, and there's Cyber Excalibur. Now we have, I have also been doing corrupted versions of each character. So this is obviously the regular version of Lady Charlotte. She basically represents the mainframe, and there is the corrupted version. So I've already printed out a sculpt of this. It's different from this. We don't have quite so much floaty stuff because that would be impossible to print out, but there are some of the screens here. So everybody check out that link that also that Kagome's Fury also shared. Now, boy, this ultramarine blue, I'm telling you, this is, and then the Severus blue on top of it. Wow, that's very impressive stuff right there. And of course, again, I can't wait for people to see the Cyber Kathy and Jiro characters. Now, again, I've already got I think I have a good test print of the Cyber Kathy. Well, obviously, after the stream tonight, I'll work on the Cyber Jiro sculpt, and we'll try and do a test print of him. So I might do a couple of different poses for Cyber Jiro there. And again, this is the Williamsburg stuff there, Lo, as opposed to some of the others. So here's the first time we used this was on some of the Armada ships. You can actually see those on the, I almost said on the blog, on the Instagrams there. So this again, and that's I mean, it's still only a series 2, but this is really, really, really intense stuff right here. And also, appropriately enough for Arthur, Indant Throne Blue. This actually registers on the ultraviolet scale. Just like, was it Perline Crimson, right? Camda registers on the infrared. and that's the pigment. Yeah, that's that's not like something painted on a surface. That's just the pigment itself registers on that scale. So it's a very, very powerful stuff. And then Severus Blue also is hyper opaque. It's not quite cerulean blue. It is different from cerulean blue. It's not quite the same thing. And we're going to be doing some more glaze stuff. The other reason why I'm using it is it's hyper matte. I mean, it looks like it's dry. It is by no means dry. It just kind of looks that way because that's one of its properties. Get me some more of that over here. All right, that's good. Now we have to start doing some darker stuff. We've been doing a lot of mid-tones, lots of light. We got to start doing some darker stuff here. Let's do some of the darker gold stuff. Let's do some of that here. I'm just getting rid of some of the paint out of here. And let's start getting into some darker golds, shall we? 1 second here. There we go. We got Indian yellow here. And then some of our violet. Maybe I'll get a little bit of the Terra Rosa in there. Trying to kind of create like an amber type color here. Breaking it down. Not super, super, super pinline wash-ish, but kind of halfway in between. All right, let's try this here. Maybe a little more. Little more of our thinner here. Let's break this down a touch more. See what happens. Actually, Camden, did you want to share Mr. Pigment's a link to the site there so people can also kind of see some of that info? I think that is some valuable information, wouldn't you say, Camden? Some valuable information. And actually, Free Heathen, if you wanted to share your stuff again, we got some more eyeballs is in here, some fresh eyeballs. You want to share that stuff again? Please go ahead do that. Let me grab a little of this. Now we got it. So you can see that already starts to have a little more impact there. Same here. And again, we're just kind of doing a little bit of a semi glaze there. Let's get that. Also a little dark. That too. A little bit more of our deeper glaze. Gonna do some of that over here. Still leaving that blue undertone. Now this, again, I was looking forward to seeing what this might look like with the glaze here of the gold. And that power node hopefully will stand out that much more with this darker stuff on here. Oh, gee, sorry about that, Candace. Sorry about that. I misremembered. Boom. There, look at this. That stands out. That looks very, very different now, does it not? And also, now we're going to play connect the stuff here with, look at that. So that changes it. I've been waiting to do that for a while. I had to kind of let this stuff have a chance to set, though. So we're doing this one. Yeah, we're doing this one here. And that goes that way. Did we do the... No, we didn't do the crown all the way across. We got to do the crown all the way across here. So we kind of went from mid-tone to something lighter. And then now we're kind of going back to the darker. So we usually start in the middle, work our way out either way, either side of that. To the darker side, to the lighter side. Oh, and by the way, 1 hour and 14 minutes ago, there was no oil paint on this at all. That's what, 74 minutes? Yeah, 74 minutes ago there was no paint on here. No problem there, Kagomi's Fury. Everybody, again, please give Kagomi's Fury a follow. Sorry about all the crashy stuff there with the OBS. Kagomi's Fury, but whew, yes, yes. Anybody that streams, right, Kagomi's Fury just says, oh, yeah, that is very painful, is it not? So sorry about that, and here's hoping. Well, I don't want to jinx you there, Kagomi's Fury. Don't want to jinx you. Mutu, you will be seeing some more because I have so many of these large scale things. And again, these are all one piece sculpts. If this was not a one piece sculpt, maybe I'm not as inclined to do the that's taking those Liquitex cans and spraying it like that. I'm sure Kagomi's if it plays out anyway like I think it would, it'll be absolutely fine for like 4 months, and then for no reason it'll cause issues again, right? Kagomi's Fury. But everybody, please give Kagomi's Fury a follow. Great to see you again. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that, of course. See that? That looks very different around his cowl. Yes, is nice. And there we are. Leave those alone. Not now. Let's start getting some of our darker stuff in just the regular armor. Not here. Before I do any kind of final stuff out here, I've got to basically complete the face. And we're going to be getting the cyber elements on his face too. That's going to change. I'm going to change how his face looks fairly dramatically too. Somehow that darker stuff didn't get on that. Okay, now I think we're good there. All right. Getting all these stuff out of there. Where's... Oh, I was like, why is that acting like ultramarine? Because it's indanthrene blue. It's the indanthrene blue is sitting where the indigo usually is. And I'm like, why is this not indigo? This looks more like ultramarine or indanthrene blue. That's because it was. It was cleverly disguised as indanthrene blue. It must have been wearing glasses, Camda. It is I, Leclerc. Because life is Nuvion, right, Camda? Let me see here. There, and of course, again, good nose. We have ourselves an acceptable Galahad figure print at last. I might just be painting that up on Monday. Don't be surprised if that's actually the Monday stream right there. If I can get it printed, that one Triton class ship that I was talking about there, that was something I did as a part of a Starship technical manual 30 years ago. If I can, I'll try to stream that if I can get that printed out. That's not something I want to rush though. The Starship stuff. Camda, I kind of stopped myself at the last second because just what would you say, force of habit. I was putting out, okay, the indigo, the Prussian blue, the usual stuff, and then I went, you know what? Maybe let's try this other thing because I actually had done that on the small figure version. Well, let's good luck with the squirrels there. Good luck with the squirrels there. Surface tension. Yeah, let's hit this in here. Up there. Yeah, we'll lighten this stuff up again. Not to worry. Not to worry. Almost a pin line wash. Sort of, not quite. Almost. How's about we darken this down too? might actually do a little bit of a change over here. So we got some of our turquoise now, and then oh, here we go. So it's cobalt indigo. It's not the same as cadmium gray shade, but hey. And of course, there is no such thing as cadmium gray shade unless you live in Welshlandia, in which case there it comes with the territory, so to speak. If you know too much, there's surface tension. What I'll be curious about Camda again is two different things. Obviously, okay, how opaque is it? How much kind of coverage there? But the other thing, Camda, I want to know is how matte is it? Because this is almost like blackest black matte. So the stuff that I put on the base edges here, no, that's not the right stuff. This is the right stuff. Yeah, see how that almost, now of course I got my fingerprints on it, it's not quite the same, but you see how that almost disappears? That's what happens with ultramarine, this ultramarine blue here. It's just bizarre. It is super bizarre. Of course, Camda, if you wanted to share your fabulous oil painting stuff there again, and one, hopefully you're still able to work on those 2D paintings. And oh, that's right, the painting diary we were talking about. Chucking me in some more dark there because, reasons or raisins, either way, I'll take them both. And you go here. Even a little bit more of our light there. And some of that is kind of doing some mixing there. So you could see this is it starts to get a little bit bolder. Well, with this, I think even more of our, yeah, a little bit more of our darker mid-tone in here. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared. See how our gold really starts to stand out there. Wasn't standing out at all before, was it? Not at all. Super different now. Yeah, trying to do something a little bit more. That's much more of a, I don't want to say a standard glaze kind of thing, but more of a pin. Look at that. See how that's expanding? Which is, all we did was touch the brush there. Touching the brush to it. That's all we do. Like that. Fine, maybe I'll grab some of this brown. Where's my violet here? That is going to go over that. Oh, okay, I think we got that a little bit better now. There we are. Okay, now I want to get up in here. I shall maybe even do a little bit of glaze type stuff. Let me grab some green here. We'll mix it with our terra rosa, greenish gray, even a little bit of opacity to that. Over we go. So now again, we got some green happening there in these areas of the face. It's just kind of a natural thing for humans to have. Again, plenty of green, and not just like around where the 5 o'clock shadow is. Oh, that's fantastic, Camja. And of course, many thanks. But again, I mean, working from that original, the original art style there. That has just been so helpful. Did I get the dark? No, I can go a little darker. Here, let me grab this. Ah, now we're talking. Did I? I don't think I got me my dark back in here. Let me do this. There we go. Do I do another round of our darks? No, I think if anything else, we would have more light there. The hair, however, I am going to make that see a little bit more with the brown there. So a little bit lighter. We shall make that lighter, like this. We're going to take this here brown. That's the other thing I was looking for, was some of that almost a terracotta-like color there. And that is sort of a dry brush over the top in many ways. Okay, we got lots of filigree and other free-handy type things we're going to do on that cloak there. Gonna give him a little bit of a shave there, maybe. Okay, that's good. Kind of spreading out some of that kind of grayish dark there on the sides of his face. Now, let me see if we can't give him a little bit of color in some places. Some of the red, a little bit of the violet there. I mean, we don't want to give him a red nose like Rudolph, the once and future reindeer. Up and over the top. There we go. Blending brush, which could be any one of these craft brushes here. There's, well, literally dozens of them in a box. I try to go a little lighter with the eyes. Where's my, or is it already out here? Fine, I'll just go grab this, thinking this might be the one here. Ooh, we're gonna have to get some more of our weight back out here, I think. I know I got a little batch of it over here too. You know what? I'm gonna just throw a drop of thinner on again on some of these. Of course, kind of with the alkyds there. It's important for keeping those active, keeping those usable. That is how fast the alkyds not just dry, but how fast they also set up. Oh yeah, that can be a bunch lighter. Edges around that shimstone that's setting in there. So I think it is very likely, again, that Galahad will be the topic for Monday, because I don't have, again, these are the first, this is my first time painting Arthur, and this will be the first time painting my Galahad sculpt. Again, I've painted the bust version of both of them, but I do think this will be Monday's topic there, and it's the only one that's separate from a base. With all the wings and everything, it seemed like, well, with something like that, I think it's better to not have the base on there. I think that was a good surmisation there. Here, we'll used you as a blending brush here. There's actually a little bit of yellow that's worked its way onto this brush, mostly because we keep digging up some of the yellow in there. Me. That was too much there. Take some of you away. So Horns Fan, let me show you the Cyber Kathy Cyber Giro. Because I know you saw the book and everything, or the box. Let me get some light over there. Okay. Let me move you over. There we are. Let's see if we can scare the. Oh, this is another new sculpt, and again, all of this stuff, everything you're seeing starts from my old paintings. So again, there's your old painting, and then it turned into this. Now that is a non-cyber version, and then we start to add how much of the cyber stuff. Like here, I was trying to have something where the fingers were only partially cyber, because remember they're not corporeal beings. Even this collar here, it's part cloth, part uh, infused with various tech there. Again, that is how all of these were created. Once again, taking all of my old paintings from the 90s and kind of giving them some new life. I did an entire series of Arthurian legends. You know what, I think it would be kind of interesting if we had a little. Again, that's reflected. That's a shiny gold. Shiny gold should really reflect this kind of a surface here. I might here throw a little bit of this into the golds there. Then let me take these. This part of the power node, this part too. And of course these power nodes that you see on the characters themselves, they will coincide to some of the ones on the game board. We have no reflected. Now we got some there. So like so, maybe a bit more of the green up there. Nope. Gotta thin that down. There's too much junk on that brush. One more shot at this. There we go. All right. Let's see. How long have we been at this here? 1 hour 33 minutes. And again, we'll be getting to our freehand stuff back here also too. So don't forget that. Let's start thinking about some of our lighter skin tones, shall we? It's got a little bit of the red in it. Now we got Excalibur in the way. Some of the stuff we're going to be trying to do on the face here. Let's get the other side of the face here. Some up in there. Now, of course, this is not an unusual time for me to be streaming. It's what, 2:07 on a Sunday morning. The midnight start on Sunday, but that is somewhat unusual. That's not usually how it goes down. That's kind of how it went down today. So you can see the face there, he's really looking back at you much more. I'll take some of this. Where's my grayish? Here we go. Some a little bit lighter under the eyes here. Let me do this. There we are. I want to take a look at the mustachio on our buster. Let me see just how light. Okay, yeah, we can definitely get that later. So again, this is the bust version of Arthur. I'm going to be adding again some of the darks over here in his armor. But I'm gonna try to work back into his face as much as possible here, because again, that's once this is all painted, less likely to want to be sticking my hand on that. Although I say I got this nice nifty, look at this, elbows are on this, we can almost see it here. It's one of those wrist pad things for folks so they don't get the carpal tunnel syndrome stuff. I'm gonna maybe strengthen that a little more. Because it's very easy with the darker stuff to kind of create that larger zone of a lighter color, because the brush is just, there's more pigment on it. Hey there, Tifu, how you doing? Welcome back. So happy Sunday there, Tifu. Just hoping that all is well. Boom, like so. A little bit of shadow there. Let me hit you in here. Again, with some of that, see the separation we get there, is it's not about drawing lines. Again, trying to divide some individual shapes. Now over here, once this has a chance more to set, we're going to get some in the middle here, more of the, might even throw out some of the manganese blue. I do actually have Prussian blue out here already, so I might even also use that too. I'm going to try and get me that dark on the underside of the cloak arm here. Down we go. That's fantastic. Yeah, Tifu, well, it was about 1 degree Celsius here last night. This morning, and by this morning, I mean, I think as of 9 o'clock this morning, it was maybe 2.5, 3 degrees Celsius out there. So it was a little bit on the chillier side. More of our, yeah, let's get some more of a light down here. There's also that filigree stuff. Let's not forget about that. So Tifu, what's funny is that Chicago, I believe, is the same latitude as Rome, or yeah, same latitude. No, same longitude. Sorry. Actually, Paris and London are north of us, and you are also north of us too, there, Tifu. As as several folks said tonight at that occasion, that is life in Chicago. Now remember, Tifu, I talked about that 100-degree temperature change in 24 hours. That happens here. And even what was it last November? It essentially went from I want to say about 25, no, maybe about 23-ish degrees Celsius, maybe 22 Celsius, down to -3 Celsius in a matter of hours. And by a matter of hours, I mean like three. Yes, it went from I had air conditioners going to there was snow and ice and everything. And that was just last November. And we're not talking about like late November, we're talking first week of November. It went from around 73 Fahrenheit down to 22 degrees Fahrenheit. Now we're talking. Now we're starting to really. Let's see that. Remember that wasn't looking, and that's not our lightest light in there. That wasn't looking too glowy, right? But now that we're getting this darker stuff around, it starts to get a little bit more glowy. Great to see you there, Sea Dragon. Now, Sea Dragon. Well, a couple of things here. Let me show you a couple of thingies here. This is stuff that, well, the Kathy Giro stuff I was working on last night as I was doing other stuff. I'm going to see which shows up first. It's probably going to be the new, yeah, it's going to be this one here. Okay, so again, this is one of my paint. This one featured Lancelot here. So that's the horse right there for Lancelot, and here is that there's Guinevere, right? And now this is that same Guinevere. We're gonna make a sculpt of this, so it's basically non-cyber Guinevere. But then we did a little cyber thing, and I also wanted to see what would it look like with the white cloth, because we have a red Guinevere, we have the blue, and this is and you see I got this nice red interior here, so I also want to try that. I thought this would make a very interesting painting lesson right here. Now, the other thing is, oh, I think that's this way. Ah, here we go. Yeah. So there's a Cyber Giro and Cyber Kathy, and they're going to be getting up to lots of adventures again. There's Cyber Giro. Whoops, where's that one? Ah, here we go. So there's actually a reference. Kathy actually posed for this. This was a painting that I was going to do. It was more like a D&D type of thing for. So I actually had a photo of Kathy in this pose right here. And then again, there's fabulous Cyber Giro right there. So that's the next sculpt that I'll be working on tonight. Thanks, Tifu. I will be painting that up on again. The goal was to be painting that up next. I think it's going to be Wednesday, so that would be on the 13th. We're going to try to have that Cyber Kathy and that Cyber Joe, and again, just going to be test prints. So it won't be in a dungeon scene like that because again, that's a diorama that I want to do. But I thought, if anything, I could at least have, again, the test prints, and they'll be 75 mil. Again, I had the Kathy one going while I was away today, and I do think I got myself a good print. We'll find out after the stream if it actually did work out as hoped. I think it did. Oh, and also I have two more sculpts of Nimue. I've got basically two sculpts of Nimue actually holding Excalibur. One of them, she's actually brandishing it. So again, most of these are more tranquil type poses. Now again, same thing with Galahad here, because they're all test prints. I just needed to see, A, are they printable? You know, it kind of establish the character, what they look like. So once you do that, then you can basically you rig that, and then you essentially do what an animator does. And of course, we'll try to, obviously we want to have, because I've already done all of the other Kathy figures several times. Right, the Dark Sword Memorial Kathy, we've done that a bunch of times. And I just thought it would be kind of nice to, as literally basically keep making the new Kathy and Jiro figs, because now that we have the basic sculpt, effectively what we do is we animate it, and now they can be, well, there's a, I'm trying to do a, when we just say a scene of them confronting a cyber dragon, where all you really see is like the dragon's head and his neck, and it would be something like one of our shadow boxes. No, that would be this thing here. Let me grab that actual shadow box, or is it? Oh, here it is. Something like this where it's much deeper, and then you have Kathy, and then there's a big old cybernetic dragon that's kind of like Smaug. Now, of course, this is CAD. This is Wapelius Spellbrush's little buddy here, which we also printed out larger. But this one would be imagine like a cybernetic version of Smaug there, Sea Dragon. So effectively, what you would most likely see in frame would be like a very large dragon, mechanical or cybernetic dragon head. All right, so we threw this out here. Let's get a blending brush going. So that's gonna actually Sea Dragon. That might be for something more like the Celtic goddess universe. So think stuff like Branwen, Arianrod, Bridget, that sort of thing. And of course, well, we haven't. There's a couple of other things. I'm kind of keeping those a bit secret for right now. There's a whole nother miniature line that only a few people actually have even seen or heard about. If you've watched some of the Patreon tutorials, you've actually seen some of those. You've actually seen some of the Japanese goddess cyber universe there. I think it was a printing workshop episode. That's right. Here's this. There's my Prussian blue. It's high. There's the Prussians. They're hiding. No, that's weird for the Prussians to be hiding. So yeah, Sea Dragon. Remember the Bridget. We have. Well, here's the regular version. So there's the regular version of Bridget, and then of course we did a cyber version. We painted this up on stream too. Actually, this was unpainted at Adepticon, Sea Dragon. Yeah, that was unpainted. This was one of the very first things we painted when I got back. Was that one there? And also, oh, that's right. We had one. Well, we had this. We had Branwen too. So this is one of 3 Arianrod sculpts. We have the bust version, and we also have the bas relief version of Arianrod. Here is the bust version. There we go. There's the bust version. We also have a bas relief version. This one actually looks the most like the painting right here. So there's the bas relief version. So yeah, Tifu, remember how big those were printed out? I mean, those are gigantic. And remember it was with the bamboo maker, not Maker World. That's the other thing. I think it was Make My Sculpture or Sculpture Maker, something like that. One of those things. Don't quite remember. No, that's in Dancerin Blue and the Ultramarine Blue put together. Let's get some more of this dark in here. So thank you so much there, Sea Dragon. Again, I'm looking forward to also again looking forward to getting the all the Starship files going. I have a whole bunch of stuff that I've been working on here. Let's get this yellow mixed in with our umber here. Teensy bit of that Indian red. Yeah, we are going to put a bunch of filigree on here, and we're also, where's our, here we go. We'll also probably try to add a few little cyber touches to it as well, a little bit of circuitry. I also have, again, all the corrupted versions, and I know you haven't really seen those, Sea Dragon. I've got corrupted versions of all the characters now. To me, the most dramatic one is going to be our Onion Lady, the Lady of Shallots. That's going to be a very dramatic painting. I mean, the sculpt looks pretty dramatic too, but the painting of it, oh my gosh, that's going to be extremely dramatic. With all the imagery that's in the different monitors and such. How's about, again, well, you can see what we're looking to do here. Right, we got to add all the cyber elementes to his face there. So actually, I'm going to have this out there where I can maybe see it. Let's do that, shall we? Alright, that's going to go all the way up to his eye. More of that here. And yeah, that did some more of it on this side of his face there too. A lighter gray for that. I guess we gotta get some thinner in there. Let me see what this does. Okay, that's getting there. That is getting there. Here's that brush I'm looking for. So Tfue, the crazy thing is I already have to rework some of those sculpts. Because again, what I've learned since, oh gosh, what, 2-3 days ago, has also completely changed my approach to making the sculpts. Again, not sure just how different the sculpts will, and in the end, are they really going to be all that different? But I won't know till I try it, and that's again why we're not just like throwing all this stuff out there on my mini factory or even just on the Patreon page. I want to make sure we have workable files. Like I said, that Galahad, there was basically three resculpts, and I think 6 test prints or something to get that to where it's like, okay, it's good now. It's just saying I have a sculpt is one thing. Saying I have a printable sculpt is another thing entirely, right, Tfue? Tfue, I can't wait to start using the brilliant yellow pale again. Again, right here I'm kind of still going more with the alkyds because I need to be able to photograph this really quickly. So if you want the yellow skin tone, well, more was it, the Naples yellow. Naples yellow Tfue, that would also do it. That's going to give you even more of a yellowish color.
Enters my domain.
That and say, well, Terra Rosa slash Venetian red. Venetian red. Let's welcome in someone who is not a Venetian. That would be Daddy Celt. How you doing there, Daddy Celt? Everybody, please give Daddy Celt A file. And of course, like usual, Daddy Celt, why don't you post some stuffs in the chat? So yes, we are finally able to get to the figure version of Arthur right here. Finally getting to Arthur. Super fun. Now again, though we did a little bit. This I think we used maybe in Danthrin blue or whatever on his cloak. I'm doing a. You look at that. You can see the difference. You can see the difference there. Because I'll probably be redoing that bust anyways to match this right here. So I might be matching this right here. Yeah, Tifu. I guess. Yeah, I'm just so used to well, kind of using the minimum amount of stuff, right? That's kind of just where I sort of came from. Of course, again, Daddy Kilt, if you would like to share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead. Feel like you can do that. Again, appreciate you being here, of course. Thank you so much for the raid. I know that folks, well, that I was kind of hoping, right, Camda, that the Paul Rubens sets might, would you say, satisfy that gotta collect them all urge there, Camda? Where are we at? Ah, here it is. That's what I'm looking for. That is what I'm looking for because I need some of this in our reflections here. We got ourselves some reflections, some of that ultramarine blue reflected in there. Yeah, here, let me a little bit thinner in that. Let's see what it is. So again, that is the Sevres blue. Now you got Sevres blue, right, Camda? I think you got that a little while ago. That's another one of those. That's not nothing type colors, right, Camda? No, where's okay? Here, I'm gonna go back maybe a little bit more to the ultramarine, and we're just gonna get rid of some of the dry brushy stuff here. This is what we were doing in that final episode. Where's Nimue here? Yeah, that's in the episode 3. It was a lot. We were working a lot in that cloth right there. Now, what I'll be filming Sunday is I'm going to be filming the episode 4 of our. Is that series 37? Yeah, the Battlefleet Gothic ships. So I'm going to be filming that on Sunday. Let me get this going. Is nice there. Is nice there. Is nice over here. Like so. There we are. There was one of my bar release. I was oh yeah, the Arachne. Yes, I was gonna start doing a multi-part series on the large Arachne. Because I'm gonna try and paint that, film it in a different area. See if that works there, Arda Michael. Arda Michael, I have no idea what's going on. I'm working on about 2 hours of sleep here. Nah, okay, no, I'm sorry. I lied. 2.5, or maybe like as much as 2 3/4 hours sleep there, Arda Michael. So, Arda Michael, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? So Sea Dragon, that will be later. Well, later today, because well, it's Sunday for both of us. Let's see, what 2:30 in the morning for us there, Sea Dragon. Yeah. So figure at some point on Monday, probably during the day on Monday there, Sea Dragon, you'll see on the Patreon page, you'll see the yeah, episode 4. Now, episode 4 is, let's see, we're saving all the freehand stuff for, was that episode? Yeah, I think we're saving that for episode 5. Because episode 4 is going to be all about getting the darks in there. Lots of extra darks. Everybody check out that some terrain from art of Michael. Me too. Again, that's we're just trying to get some smoothage going on here. We're gonna try and get some lighter stuff now in the this one or this. Let's grab this. We got our Severus blue again, and ooh, okay. Maybe that was more than no. I was gonna say it's more than I wanted, but I think we're sort of good there. Now, the latest episode I posted was this, showing how I made our fabulous new holders. I love these things so much. I absolutely love these. Now, again, it's not like the Battlecraft supply ones are no. It's not like they're no good. They with all this weird new stuff that I'm doing, those just didn't fit. Again, that was the Battlefleet Gothic ships. It's this stuff. They just were not working with that. They didn't really work with the terrain either. These are kind of specifically engineered and designed for the stuff that I'm doing now. I'm actually going to be printing out, believe it or not, Camda, even larger versions of them for terrain. So there's going to be somewhere this crossbar is like 8 inches long or something. Just some insane thing. Again, that'll be for terrain. Now we're talking here. Let me get these things out of them. Like, what the heck am I bumping into over there? As I went to look, then this thing fell out of my hands. Ah, there we go. We needed some more light down over here. Everybody, again, check out the link to the Patreon page. Again, you do that $15 Army Painter pledge level there. Well, not only are you going to get a chance to see the fabulous Battlefleet Gothic ship Army Painting series, you will also be treated to somewhere around 3,000 hours worth of tutorial videos. If it's not 3,000 hours yet, it's got to be real close. Because you're getting now 13 years. Every video that I've ever filmed over the course of the last 13 years is part of said Patreon page. So get your snacks ready. You'll be watching for a while. And for a while, I think we calculated however many, if you were to like never leave the screen, no bathroom breaks, no eating, no nothing, it would still probably take you about 120 days to just watch it all. That is non-stop, 24 hours a day for probably over 100 days now. Let's do this here. We haven't really had a chance to get much of the later blue down here on these parts of the cloak. And this is what I love. The really love cloth that looks like cloth instead of like, well, okay, that's like it's like a Play-Doh sheet. Yeah, I don't like Play-Doh sheets that much. I love Play-Doh, but I don't want my miniatures to look like they're wearing Play-Doh. That's not so good. That's not so cool. Don't like the Play-Doh stuff for miniatures. We want their cloaks to look like, well, cloaks as in cloth. Let me shoot this in here. So Sea Dragon, that Wednesday stream again. That'll be Wednesday the 13th. That's obviously kind of a special day there. That would be. I'm hoping to start again somewhere in that 9-ish territory there. I mean, it could be 9:30 or something like that, but just in general, not looking to start it at midnight like I did tonight. Again, there were little special circumstances today. I didn't even walk in the door until I think it was something like 10 minutes to midnight. Now maybe 20 minutes to midnight, and I hadn't even put any primer on this yet. That's how fast it's all happened. There was no paint on the palette. All of the figures and all like the box and everything, all of that was that had been packed up to take somewhere. So all that had to be unpacked and put back on the shelves here. I actually have some pictures of what it looked like all spread out. All the game stuff, all of the bus. Now, the one thing I didn't have was the bas reliefs. Yeah, there was no good way to bring those quickly and then get those back here safely. So we didn't bring those. I'm going to try and make this a little lighter down here. And then we're going to start getting our filigree stuff on here. We got all this free-handy stuff going on here. We haven't forgotten. Just been waiting for that to set. Because, again, that's, we did not, there's no alkyds in here. There's no alkyds. Well, maybe now there's a teensy bit of alkyds in this lighter stuff. Otherwise, no alkyds to be found here anywheres. Not back here. You know, I think I do like that. And I'm actually going to put the gold trim on the edge of this. Let's do that. We're going to change over here. We shall call an audible like this. So we're going to do a bit of a change here. And get some of that fine. We'll get some of that red in there too. Now, let me see. 2 hours and 6 minutes ago, there was no paint on this. Let me see. 2 hours and I want to say about 2 hours and 45 minutes ago, there was no primer on here. There was nothing. It was this color. But this thing was this color, and he was basically, well, gray resin. That's what he looked like right there. That's what he looked like. And the base itself looked like that. So it's a little different now. Less than 3 hours ago. Also, too, there was no palette set up. All the miniatures and everything were still in a case. All the game stuff was still in a bag. In a box, in the bag. Nice here. And you can see this is picking up all kinds of that blue right there. I mean, that's what we want. That's what happened here. That's what we wanted to see there. What I'm going to try and do, let's get to his face here, because we want to, again, before I do too much up here where I maybe have to stick my fingers, how's about we finish that stuff off? Oh, and we also have we have cobalt teal bluish out on the palette here, Sea Dragon. A bit of cobalt teal bluish, so that's giving it that extra zip, a little bit extra intensity. All right, let me see what we can do with it. I think first we'll do this. Let's get some of this lighter gray in these portions here. So on this side, where are we at here? There we go. And again, this is where I did, this is the most, like the high level sculpting stuff that I've done so far in Blender. It was pretty interesting, I gotta say. Yeah, there was trying to do some of these lines. It's the first time I've added essentially not even like a raised panel line. So not a sunken panel line, but a raised panel line. Hadn't done that before. And again, considering I did it with a mouse instead of a pressure sensitive tablet, I was really, really happy at how it came out. I had no idea what was going to happen. Let me get, let me try something lighter for the lip. If we have to, we'll go darker. Let's see what happens. There. So we have to get some more dark underneath there. Yep, we will do that. When in doubt, sometimes you just got to make things darker. You can highlight things to high heaven, but at a certain point, you gotta make some stuff darker. Also, midtones, super important. Got to have your midtones. Sure, we'll carry that down in here. Ooh, that's a little. There we are. You know, I'm going to get. Look at that. There's some genuine green working its way into some parts of the face there. Yep, we're going to do that. Violet now, mixed with our mustachio color. Now we need that light underneath the mouth. And this might just do it. It gets the Mars red. And that's going to, there we go. That's what we needed. That is what we needed. Now let's get some, did I give him brown? Where's this? Did I give him brown eyes or blue? We went, okay, so we went brown. Yes, we did. Went very much brown eyes for Arthur there. Let's do it on this one. Let's do that here. Brown eyes for Arthur. So we got the ombres here. That is burnt umber. I think I have. I think I have Gamblin burnt umber. I don't think I have Williamsburg burnt umber. I don't think so. I mean, I could. Ooh, I can zoom in. Is nice. There we go. Yes, I was like, wait a minute. There was something I was going to do. Let's zoom in here. There we go. And we don't want to. We don't want to look him too angry. Essentially, kind of a kingly look, but somewhat. Not like authoritarian as in like tyrannical authoritarian. We want to just have some gravitas. We want some gravitas to him. Now we're going to have him some eyebrows here. And then we're going to try to also get again some of the lighter brown in his eyes too. I got to bring this down a little bit further. There we go. All right, now let's get some more of that light grayish stuff underneath that. I'm literally just going to use this violet here. Let's see how this works. Let's see how this works here. That's pretty much it there. Oh, that needs to be. Well, we'll see what kind of cyber stuff ends up going there. But for now, let me do this. And more of the skinny toe. There we go. Too late. Right, let me get some of that Terra Rosa back in here. Oh, that would have been way too late. Too late, too pasty, too chalky. Don't want the pasty, don't want the chalky. None of those things. Now we're getting the. Did I do the? Yep. See, we gotta do the nostril on this side. I thought so. We're missing that. There's a lighter skin tone over here in the corners of the mouth. I spy with my little eye in his eye a place that needs. No, not that. Not the blue in there. Let's get that out of there. Let me see how this is gonna work. This is gonna work like that. There we go. There we go. Now let us try to get some of that, like in the lighter brown, in his eye, which would be almost more like this little mixture of Terra Rosa and Mars Yellow Diva. Some kind of weird chunk on the end of the brush. Let's try to get rid of that there. Looks like the chunk is gone. Chunk free. Let's go. Ooh, there you are. Let me see if we can do that little bit of white dot on the other side of his eye. Let's try it here. I really like this. I got a whole platform. I got my whole hand just sitting on that thing. That's nice. Didn't quite make contact, so I'm going to get a little more paint on there. And that was a bit more than we wanted. That's fine. We can kind of trim some of that away with our dark there. Whilst we're at it, we're going to get a little bit of the cybernetics on the side of his face there. So same deal over here. Like that. Bit more of this here. Alright, now let me take some of my darker stuff. We're going to try and cut away some of this light we added here. There we go. So that has modified that nicely. Actually, just going to darken the mustache and a little bit of the shadow under the chin. And grab the bust again so you can see. This is what we're going to try and do. So see some of the circuitry and some of the stuff there that is in the sides of his face there. Again, something we've been doing with all of our Arthurians. No, I wanted the green. I wanted the phthalo mixed with that. So it's almost a little bit like a perline black, I guess you could say. Let's break this down some more. How are we doing there? I think that'll work. Over here now. That way. Another line there. Followed by another line here. Okay, so there we go. So now again, getting again some of the cybernetic stuff here working. The phthalo green and a little bit of the cobalt teal bluish in there. And now we're going to put that along the crown here. Been waiting to do this. Had to let that stuff set too, because I was, remember, we did a little bit of glazy stuff in there. No, not you. Here. Another one there. So now we'll take our cobalt teal bluish. Let's see. Tifu, any kind of subdermal. Oh gosh, Tifu. Remember it was a bust that we did, and we tried to do the subcutaneous circuitry patterns. You know what? Actually, Tifu, that one you could almost say that in some ways that's what put the idea in my head for the Cyberthurians was doing that bust. That wasn't really the whole thing, but that probably kind of just lingered. Yeah, that little thing might have been the thing that kind of led to ultimately all the Cyberthurian stuff. Now let's get again more of our fabulous cobalt teal bluish in here. Here too. Also here. It's not so much about making it darker. It's really more about the color intensity of it. That's kind of more what I'm interested in here. Let me go back to, there we go, some of our cobalt teal bluish shimmering on the metals here, like you do. Also, probably some's on the floor, like this. Also, there's another thing right there that also needs some. And of course, Tifu. That was another one. That's actually a lesson on the Patreon page. I don't. Do I actually? I don't see that bust here, so it might be in another area there. Don't see that bust here right now. That also needs some of that reflecting on it, also here and also there. So you can see some of the teal starting to work its way onto there also. Now again, in a second here, I'm gonna go do a little bit of medicine refresh, that sort of thing. And now the face still not quite there, but I think I can still kind of safely go and do some of the stuff back here. We'll start doing some of our freehandy stuff over there. So Tifu, there's plenty. There's going to be a couple of color theory and oils this month for sure. I was wanting to do one on greens. Now that we've got a bunch of different greens to try out and basically kind of compare to each other. I think we did one on blue. I think the most recent one was maybe even trying to compare different reds to get like some of the Paul Rubens stuff. Like what's an equivalent Paul Rubens to Windsor, Newton, Gamlin, Williamsburg, that sort of thing. That is not what we wanted. Oh, that's right. I have a Dryad sculpt. That's the other thing that I did too. Okay, it was just an old piece of artwork that I ran across, and I made a Dryad sculpt. It's a super simple thing, nothing complicated. Very basic Dryad type stuff. It was more about creating the character again, so that I could rig that and then maybe uh, do other things with it. Nope, 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 nope. That's what we need to do. Let's retreat over here to the Indian red, and then some of our not radiant violet. That would have been way too close to some of the other light highlights there. Again, just trying to break this stuff down for these ports here. Something like that. Again, we're 2 hours 25 minutes in here. Hmm. There we are. There we go. More of the Indian. Right, where are we gonna go? Oh, here we go. We can go over there with it. There we are. Might chuck a little more of that on the handle. Like that. And again, apologies for this being a much later broadcast here. That was certainly not the original intention. All of this just kind of came up super fast. We shall inset this now with some Jork. Like we do, there we go. I think we already kind of did these. I'm gonna hit them a little bit more. Yeah, let's see, what is it now? So it's 3 o'clock in the morning here. Come on. There we are. Over there, and then nothing there. Now these, I think there's 3 more of these to do here. Yep, 3 more. Over and down. More of the phthalo green. There we go. It's actually phthalo green and indanthrine blue mixed together. Indanthrine green. Oh, yeah. I wonder if the latest color theory in oils was also me. What were those things? Oh, the palettes. Yes, the palettes that I brought to Adepticon. That's right. And those, of course, I haven't checked them since Adepticon, but at Adepticon, those things were still viable. The paint, and that was the alkyds inside of those things, was still good. By now, it's probably a little bit less good, I would say. They're not really meant to hold paint for an infinity. It's more just so you could get it to and from a convention or a game store in a much more convenient way, as in, like, massively more convenient. For not a lot of money either. Those things are not expensive. You can get them in 6 packs. I want to say they're in the area of about $4-ish a piece, maybe. Probably a heck of a lot less than some wet palette is. Got here a little bit there, and now these guys get a little bit. Come on, cobalt. teal bluish there. All right. I'm going to use this and some of the green. Let me see what that looks like down here. Also in there. And again, that is not white. We haven't even not even put fast matte white out on the palette yet, much less used it. Come on, there we go. My dark there. Also there. And that's okay. Now we're going to do this. Got that, yeah, that's some of the yellow, some of the white. This is very much a lemony yellow right here. Very much a lemon yellow. Let's see what this is going to do here for some lighter stuffs on the crown. Like you do here. Going this way. And up there too. Going that way. Now again, some a little bit of filigree in there. Well, actually, we're gonna do maybe a little bit more of our orangey to rosa stuff in there too, because we're getting all these greens. But we're also gonna do some darker stuff. Back to maybe some of the violet comboed with the Indian yellow to create that fabulous amber color we were talking about before. Let me try this first before I put that lighter skin tone in there. So we'll try that now. Let me try that lighter skin. Where are we at with this? I think this might just, well, I think we can go lighter than this, but first let me try this. Ah, there we are. I was going a little bit too a little bit too far there. A little too far. Ah, much better. There we go. And when we've really hit these kind of with our final bits of, say, the white and such, that's gonna be really nifty to see. So here's some of that. Yeah, nope, that's not enough of our burnt umber. There we go. Now we're getting some more. Not necessarily a full-on glaze or whatever. We're going to put some of this dirt, and then we're going to get some mid-tones, some greens in here. For some real quick orange here. So some of this, some of the Indian yellow mixed in. That should get us to an orange. Sure enough. Couple of spots here, but we're talking about that with the crown. Let's get this in the crown here. Also, some of that over there. So now we got the orangey stuff. It's the same value. Remember, early on, yeah, at the very, very, very beginning here, the little quick film noir we did when we were just getting underway. We did the skin tone right next to that kind of bluish sort of primary type thing we had, and that was amazing to see because they were the same value. When we took away the color, they were indistinguishable. When they were full color, oh my god, the difference was shocking. You could see it a mile away. Take away the color, it all disappeared. And that is why we say that film noir has value. It can show you an awful lot of stuff. All right, we've got our dark in there now. A little bit of this here green. Let me try some of this. So yeah, this is gold, and now it's got blue in it because it is reflecting all this blue that is right next to it. How could it not be if it's a super shiny gold and it reflects nary a bit of blue? That ain't gold. It's something else, but not gold. And that's again very much a lemon yellowish type color there. So again, all of these are lines that I added. These are also some more lines that I added in here. These all lines that I added in Blender. That's another tutorial that I'm working on for the Patreon page. We have a series on Blender. So for folks that are trying to learn Blender, which is one of those, and we've had this conversation a few times on stream, that's not the most intuitive software ever. It's anti-intuitive. Yes, it is whatever the opposite of that is. It's that in spades. It is massively not easy to use. And that's, well, I'm trying to figure it out as we go along. And you get to basically see that journey as I learn new tasks. And again, now that I have the pressure sensitive tablet, we'll be able to do some very interesting stuff when it comes to some Blender stuff. Try to also lighten this up some more here. Where is just any old brush for a blending brush? We'll use this guy here. Little tap tap that. It's gonna softens that up here. Same deal. Just went like that. We're not doing this. That's not the same thing. That's very different. Yeah, the anti-intuitive Camda. That's kind of hard to say. Even though I do words Camda, it's hard to say that. What's funny, Camda, is that intuitive in some ways is the better word. Right? Because in some ways, like inhospitable, huh? I mean, we do words, right, Camda? Inhospitable is very much non-habitable. So why is intuitive tuitive? It should that should be non-tuitive. Because again, we do words here. Doesn't say how well. We never said how well we did words. We just say we do words. More. Yeah, see, I can go over that now with this yellow a bit more. Because that has had a chance to set for a spell now. Come on. There we are. We need some of our light up there, then down this way. Now that's all starting to come together, right? So again, let me do a real quick medicine refresh here. We got more filigree stuff to do over here too, and again, I think we're going to start hitting this next because we've been doing a lot of stuff in here. Let's let that have a chance to just chill out for a bit. Let's work on again some of our. We got all kinds of freehandy stuff to do over there. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Let's see. Follow
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
2 hours 39 minutes and 55 seconds ago. It's like, so Aragorn, you got a little bit bigger. He's like, not Aragorn. Wrong universe, dude. He's like, well, what do you mean? You look like King Elwasar. He's not King Elwasar. This is Arthur. So you're saying that Lancelot guy there that everybody keeps saying is Boromir? That's Lancelot, not Boromir. It's like, yeah, but I tell you what, I wouldn't trust either one of them. Oh, look at that. They're in cahoots now, Camda. So let's see if Follow the Ark can follow the Gandalf 6 to a 6. We had, oh, wow, look at that. That's two in a row. Ace, we called it. We said, can follow the Ark to a 6, and they did follow the Ark to a big Gandalf 6. It's, it's funny. So here we go. He's like, dude, that's kind of harsh there. He's like, well, kind of saw you hanging out with Guinevere there. He's like, oh, yeah, she sent me a text message. She said that autocorrect thing was really being a pain. It's like, I think you guys had something else going on. These are going to be some really weird puppet shows, Tifu. These are going to be some real weird puppet shows here. So thank you so much, Follow the Ark. Appreciate that. And of course, again, we have our board game version of our sculpts here. And that's a whole different scope. You can really see how the crown is simplified. You can see how it's sticking up much more here on the 75 mil than it is on the 25. So here it's still got some of some of that lemon yellow Onzy brush there. We're gonna see if we can't do a little bit of there we go. A little bit of this on our. There's those guys. And again, here on this power node on his chest there. Also there, and then some of these two here. Once we get our really, really, really light stuff going here. And of course, it'll be very fun painting up the regular 75 mil version, very similar to our little Gallo had there. And of course, where's Merlin? There he is. It's really wild to see Mini Merlin and Big Merlin right there hanging out together. Well, sometimes it's just all about the practicing there, Follow. Sometimes just all about the practicing. The more you do stuff, the more you're bound to kind of get the hang of things. The one way to not do it is to not do it, because you won't get the hang of much at all. All right, here we're just going to basically scrub that away. That didn't go where it was supposed to. We said, nah, let's get rid of that. Let's try something else there. Also, not supposed to go there. Well, look at that. We'll just wipe it away. So one thing that can help with that, Follow the Ark. My elbows are both sitting on one of those. I know people have, like, for carpal tunnel syndrome and all that. It's just that soft pad. This one's like a really, really big one. Both elbows are sitting on that. Potentially, my hand is resting on the table, and now my hand is resting on this. So I could sit here, follow. I'd probably fall asleep like this in about 5 minutes, but I could sit like this all day. You can see nothing's moving. Now you shake the table, that might be a different story, but there's nothing free floating here. Follow the Ark. And even if you didn't have to worry about the shakies or something like that, I can tell you right now, it does you don't get the same fatigue because you're not trying to support all this stuff. Right after a while, you try supporting that's gonna get you some tired's. This is keeping you away from the tired's because again you're supported, right? So that's again another way to kind of prevent the shaking and all that kind of stuff. Again, it's not 100% guarantee, but well, it's certainly better than nothing. And like I said, it can actually also help with just straight up fatigue. So again, it's not an armrest. It's one of those padded things. I think they're like a gel-filled pad or something like that. Yeah, some kind of gel-filled pad. And both arms are resting on that. And the reason we initially got that is that Kathy looked at my arms and she said, "Holy smokes! It's like somebody's trying to carve out some new elbows for you." So we tried a couple of different things. Ended up doing that with those crazy whatever. I don't even know what the heck you call them. No idea what you even call them. But I just did again for the whole carpal tunnel syndrome thing because people got to worry about that. And it's just taped down to the table right along the edge. And I mean like right along the edge. There's even like maybe an eighth of an inch of it that's kind of hanging over the edge. Let's see. So they hit I don't know. I want to say about 4 to 5 inches above the elbow on your forearm, on the underside of your forearm. That didn't go exactly where it was supposed to, but close enough. Whatever's. Don't care. This is also again not the latest of our yellows here that we're going to be adding in. Let's see. Let me try some more of this. Going that away. As I go down and then back up again. That will come down like this. Filigree that comes out of there. Come on. There we are. Something like a so. Something like that here. Trying to do again some of the curly. So where's Gwenny? So is this something more like this? Again, the idea is to kind of have these, in some ways, a little bit similar because Arthur, Guinevere, that sort of deal. Want them to have a little bit of similarities. Come on, get you in there. All right. Another little potential diamond shape there. Up and over. Down and around. Oh, nope, nope, that way. And you can see this stuff, that's not terribly fast drying ultramarine blue, but it's we're doing just fine with it here. Doing just fine with it there. Up and over. Come on. And over. Back down. Down and then around. Come on. Down and around here. Up and which way does that go? That goes this way. Down that way, and look at that. It goes all the way down. Now we've made contact down here. And we'll follow. We hope that this can be a couple of different things. It can be kind of chill for folks. It can a little bit of edutainment. We try to do some learnings here while we're doing this. Well, you saw the puppet show earlier. Again, that's where the attainment part comes in. Stuff like the film noir, that's where the edu part comes in. We try to do both things. A little bit of edutainment, a little bit of attainment there. Trying to do lots and lots of chill because, well, not a lot of things out there are chill. So more chill, more better. Let me try again some of these here. Because yeah, some folks they they get kind of pressurized when they think somebody is watching them. I mean, this is something I've been doing for a long time, so it's actually really weird. Like, what was it? After the stream last night, when I was trying to do that quick little birthday present for somebody, I painted that a few hours after the stream. It was really weird because I kept thinking that I should be streaming or filming, one or the other. That was pretty wild. Now I'm trying to get a little teensy bit of the filigree in here, not too much. Because remember, I wanted to do the circuitry stuff. Which way is that? Okay, that goes away from it here. And then back around. Like that. Maybe here a bit more. There, okay. Stick you in here. So is this can come out over onto this port. Down and over. Gotta get in this undulate. Come on. There you go. So get yourself in there. And all this going to change greatly. Well, that's why I brought out the Gwenny there too, just to kind of show how this is going to change once we get that lighter stuff in there. Down and then back around again. Another uptick to our filigree there. Yeah, like that. Which way is it going? It's going in this way. Okay, that's what we got there. All right, we're good to go. And again, this is where's oh here he is. We are also going to add in some of the more like the circuitry type elements. We're trying to put this in. It's going to be sort of infused with the filigree like what we have with Guinevere. Okay, that, which way is that? That's going to be pointing in here. And it says going to be going over that undulation there, and then down and around, down and around. Come on, get down there. Get yourself down here too. This way, then this way. And then you connect to that. You connect to second line here. Yeah. Like that. So thank you so much, Lou. Appreciate that. Again, I've really been looking forward to painting. Again, this was one of the first sculpts that I tried to make. But it's another one where, again, the test print's kind of like Galahad. I think I've done at least 3 test prints here of Arthur as well. So Galahad was the most. I think actually I did at least 2 test prints of Mordred, now that I think about it. Yes, that's why Mordred, that's why I didn't have him at Adepticon Sea Dragon, because I had to do some other test prints on Morrigan. That's right. Unfortunately, the first one, there was some mischief there. I think we're going to have it roll this way. Which way do we got? So it's coming down this way here. And then we have another piece that comes that way. Yep, there we are. And I get some of the, I gotta leave room for the circuitry stuff where we can't go too bonkers with this filigree stuff. If we do, not gonna be any place for, let's see, does it come out here? Yeah, it does. Not gonna be any place for our circuit tray. We want to be able to do that because we want that cyber influence, right, with all of our not work stuff too. And again, the last couple of streams we were painting some of the I think we've painted 8 of the board game miniatures. Yeah, we painted 8 of those so far. Let's continue our advance to the right and to the left. And then I get infused in all of this will be a wee bit of the, again, some of our digital-ish freehand stuff. So it's almost like this starts to fade a little bit. That's what we're doing. Is it facing inside? It's facing inside. Was it also facing? It's another inward facing. Then that comes to the outside of it. Come on, a little bit of a hook there. All right. All right, we're getting there. This gonna come down and then back around. Okay, what do we got here? We got this. That's gonna come up. Then down. And back up and around like so. That's too short. Get rid of that. There we are. That's the nifty thing about the oil paint. Good luck doing that with acrylics, because you ain't. You are not doing that with acrylics, tell you right now. No sir, not doing that. Just took my finger, wiped it away. Good to rock and to roll. which way is that going? Is that going out this way? Yep, yep, that way. Flat this way. Now, but before I forget, let me just do this super quick here. Let me get my fabulous cobalt teal bluish. You're gonna go in here. Also, a couple other places like here. Also here. And also here. Where's Morgan Le Fay? Here, this is something more. So there you go. Something kind of along the lines of what we were doing here. Because, reasons. Now, of course, it'll be super fun to see other folks when they're painting these things here. What's they going to do with that sort of stuff? I think that'll be super fun to see as well. Some fabulous turquoise out there. We're going to change this to... All right, let me see what we can do. Here was my... turn you upside downs. I think, yeah, let me get a little bit of my radiant green in here. So, fine, we'll use some of that lighter blue then. A little later. Come on. All right, let's break this stuff down. Also, too, it's going to cut down on the drying time. I was trying to explain the our different universities there, Camden, like Elkid, our Oxide University versus Ferris University, just like Swampton versus Barton. Follow the circuitry. Up you go. Come on. We've certainly done this a bunch of times now. It was kind of wild the first, especially it was at Morgan Le Fay, one of the first. It was real wild doing that on Morgan Le Fay. And then I think on Galahad when I'm doing the freehand on his, I might go with actually a darker. Yeah. So we'll go even a little bit darker with the blue, and again we want to have the Grail chalice in here. I think it's a little bit, it's sort of open there, but obviously we want to have a lot of reflecting of stuff there too. I'm just going to change it to this here. Maybe some little kind of a nexus type of thing, and then we'll have it go like this. And then down something up like that. Something comes down here. And now it's going to go all the way down. A little bit too much of the light there. Okay, so that's again, then when we get the really light stuff on our gold, that's going to give it that sort of shimmery, like embroidery. That's it. So we want fiber optic and embroidery side by side. Whoops, that don't go there. I needs me a blendy brush. One of these guys will do it. Bam, there you go. That's all it took. Down we go. Same deal here. Let's reinforce these lines a little more. Come on, that one too. There you go. move him out of the way. There we go. And now that's going to go back inwards a little. This one's going to build off of that. I shall change that. Again, that's like, whoops, those don't match. It took all of 2 seconds to undo that and then proceed as planned. Now we're going to roll this way and then this away. All the way out here. Okay, like that. I guess with this going to get some lighter stuff too. Not just the gold stuff getting lighter. This will also get lighter. Okay, which way are we going here? That way. All right. So we're about here-ish. It's going to go over that undulation, down, catching under that one, and then down over here. Another one. I actually have to go up this way and then tag along with that guy for a little ride. Same deal. It's going to go all the way up to here. Whoops. I was supposed to straighten that out a bit. That was kind of a bit for schmizzled there. More of these here. All right. Maybe, okay, yeah, let's strengthen that a little. Okay, good. Now we're going to get ourselves some of these going. Another one over here, perhaps. Is that too? No, that's not too bad. I was wishing I was a little bit further over to. You know what? Fine. I'll just take my finger and do that super quick. There you go. Problem solved. Yes, we really fret the little things here. We totally fret all the little details. Paralyzed, in fact. Yes, look at that. Total inaction. Alright, let's try to go something like that here. Also one right there. Down. Down. So again, trying to infuse, right, the digital and the fiber optic and the filigree, the fiber filigree, because reasons. Oh, there we are. So we go down, we go around. Yeah, because originally this was going to have some, well, you can see there, see the lion stuff there. That was just too straight up fantasy stuff there. I said, no, we got to do, we got to have that being a bit more cybernetic there. All the way out to my edge like that. Do we have it? Okay, it's coming from here. So again, I'm real quick here, going to refresh the medicine. Uh, check on one other thing, and we shall be right back. Don't go anywheres, because well, maybe we got more stuff we're doing over here too. Look at more filigree there. You can, and of course here we got to do all the lighter stuff on our filigree and the fiber optic as well. So don't go anywhere. We shall be right back. it is time to continue with our fiber optic stuff, and then we bounce back to the filigree, because that's going to have more than enough chance to set. We should be good to rock and roll there. Where's my? Let me get my Morgan Le Fay out here super quick here, so I can just take a little look, see at what we got here. That will come straight down there. And that's coming from over here, right? So right about up there. Down. It's going to have some branches off of it like that.
So say we all.
So branches off of it like so. How you doing there, Ford? Thank you so much, Ford. Appreciate that. Actually, oh hey, Ford, I showed the James Alamos picture, the signed one. Actually, I showed that to some folks, to some fellow BSG fans. Not kidding you, Ford. I just showed it to him. Well, yesterday. I guess you could say yesterday. So yeah, Ford. We've. I mean, oh, Ford. Look at this. I don't. I'll send you pictures of this, Ford. Actually, there's a ton of stuff I can send you pictures of. But yeah, look at this. It's. We actually got. Actually have the box right here. Yeah, look at that. There's. Again, there's Arthur right there. And we've been painting tons of tiles there for it. So yeah, tons of stuff. Oh, and also this. Let me see here if we've got. Here we go. Look at this. So I'm working on new Kathy and Jiro figures here for it. I'll send you pictures of these. So look at that Cyber Jiro. And actually, this is from a photograph, a reference photograph that I took of Kathy years ago. It was going to be used as a like a fantasy illustration type thing. So yeah, there's lots of fun stuff coming forward. Lots of fun stuff. Actually, I'm gonna lighten this up a smidge here. There we go. Okay. So again, on the 13th, when we do that special stream, that is when we're going to break out the first. And again, I got the Kathy figure already printed out. I think it's a good print. And then I'm gonna try like 2 or 3 Giro, like a whole plate of Giro, Cyber Giro miniatures, doing different things. Yeah, for there's let's put it this way. As excited as I was, right, at Adepticon about stuff, uh, that's almost medieval. No pun intended. It's almost medieval by comparison to what I'm doing now. It's bizarre. It is almost medieval by comparison. And in 30 days, therefore, we went from some concepts to okay, well that concept's not going to work. We got to change that one, change that one. Now we got some super solid concepts, and well now we've basically got ourselves a bit of a game for it. Yeah, it's the mechanics get more and more and more solid, pretty much each day. There we are. Oh, and Ford, I gotta send you this thing. Remember that old Captain Picard's Guide to Celestial Mythology I told you about? Needless to say, I was testing something for this universe. I tested it with that, and it really came up aces. So I was also, yeah, you might be getting a whole bunch of stuff later today, there, Ford. Lots of stuff later today. All right, there we go. Okay, so again, We're trying to again infuse the digital with uh, the filigree here. Let's bring that down here. We got another dealy do to do in here. Gonna come off of that. Going that way. And down. And again, this is our fabulous ultramarine blue. Yeah, Ford. Oh my goodness! When you see some of this stuff, you'll be just like, wait a minute, that's all happened since Adepticon. I was here for every minute of it, Ford, and it's like I can't. I was like, wait a minute, that actually has happened since Adepticon. Holy smokes! And also, oh, all the kitties. That's right. Yeah, we've done. Remember that bas relief that you saw? Armored Wolf had that. Well, I've done 7 more kitties. 7 more of the pirate kitties since then. Okay, there we go. We got those guys happening. This here gonna come out from that, and then down. This gonna come out from here. A smidge. And then down. And of course, well, if you want to share anything in the chat there, stuff maybe that you've been working on, of course, go ahead and do that, of course. Give me a little do thing there. It's going to come up into there. All right, now we'll stop with it. Let's do the lighter stuff on our other filigree. Oh, fast matte white. I mean, gee whiz. Are we getting? Yeah, we're almost to 3 hours 30 minutes. It's more than time enough for some fast matte white to enter the fray here. We shall start to break you down as well with some of that. We're also going to throw some thinner, some other places here to make sure that those guys stay active. Like that. Good enough. I'll bring some of you maybe down over here. Now some of our yellow here. We got some of the Indian yellow in this. Maybe a little bit of you. Also maybe a smidge of that. Okay, so let's get some of this. We don't want to go too light with this too quick. Let me start breaking more of this down. That's again some of the Paul Rubens yellow right there. No problem there, Ford. No problem. Just was hoping that things were at least kind of holding steady. Sometimes holding steady is, that's about the best that you can do sometimes. Other times, things advance much more quickly. Sometimes things just kind of hold steady. What have we here? Okay, that is somewhat later. So let's get this going here. That's going to be a little later. Around this. Maybe back to some of the, okay, there we go. Hopefully not too much thinner on there. Something like this. And yeah, we'll be going another stage later than that too. But for now, we will stick with what we got here. There we go. That certainly needed to be later. Do this here and then up and over, down and around. Like again, combining the filigree and the fiber optic here. There we are. So again, now even these, all of this stuff starts to kind of get a little more cohesive. And more cohesive here. Carry that a little further over the end. I mean, this almost a little bit of a combination of the two. So this is going to be a little bit more angular here, I believe, for that. So for just and forward to, I think you heard about the corrupted versions of all the characters. Yeah, there's corrupted versions now of all the characters. I believe this coming week, well, Monday, we're gonna paint up our, that's a regular Galahad there, but we have wait till you see the corrupted version of Galahad. Holy smokes, it's very intense. Oh yeah, it's going that way, that way. Yeah, we maybe push that out. Yeah, let's push that out to the side a little bit more that way. Hey there, bench guy. How you doing? Boy, it's been a while. Boy, bench guy, there's been a lot going on since you were last here. Oh man, it would probably take a couple hours, bench guy, just to try and describe all of the new stuff that is going on. So bench guy, hopefully things have not been too out of hand, not too difficult to deal with over the last few months there. And also, I'm getting forward big advancements in all of the starship stuff too. Big time advancements. Essentially, all of the starship stuff that I had. I mean, it's not like it's no good or anything, but the new stuff means that we're going to be reworking a lot of the old stuff. Let's put it that way. Yeah, the old stuff is going to require some reworking, to say the least, to try and get that up to snuffs there. May have you going out this way, and then of course we're going to have some things happening on here as well. Over the top. There we are. I'm going to try to make this a little bit more like what we have on one of our Guinevere sculpts. And, I did another Guinevere sculpt again today. Again, part of it is you're like, why so many Guinevere sculpts? It's I have tons of different paintings of Guinevere. And essentially each one of those is kind of yielding a different Guinevere sculpt. Well, thanks, bench guy. So here is, I think, here, let me see if we can scare this up again. So there's these are the new Cyber Kathy and Cyber Jiro. This is actually Ford. I was hoping to have a kind of a diorama of this for Gen Con here. So yeah, I'm hoping to make that into a diorama. And then again, there's a Cyber Jiro and Kathy right there. It's Cyber Kathy. Let me see. It's this away. There we go. So again, that's the old painting. This is Guinevere. So Lancelot's here. Guinevere's here. Actually, Arthur's over here. And then this is a. So we have the non-cyber version of that thing of, and then here we have. This will be the cyber version of Guinevere right here. So again, made from my painting, and that's gonna be a lot of fun making that. We're gonna have tons of fun with that one. And let's have that come all the way down here along this edge, down into there, along this edge, down into there, up and over. Now more filigree, and again, this is not the lightest, the lightest of the filigree here. We're kind of still in the introductory stages of it. Where are we at here? Some more of this. You should come out that way. Get more filigree here. More filigree. Up and around that. That kind of curls up and over. This is still somewhat of a mid-tone, actually, on this stuff out here. This is, again, not our latest light. Not by a long shot. Got a ways to go before that gets to our latest light. And again, bench guy. I hope that everything's been getting reasonably well. Maybe not everything all super sunshine, but at least hopefully not too much cloudy. Almost there to the end of our filigree there. Okay, there's that. Oh, thanks, bench guy. We could use a little bit of this right here. Well, it's just a Monster Energy drink right there. Much appreciated there, bench guy. Well, actually, bench guy again. There's a whole game for this, and there is going to be. I was hoping eventually to do kind of an RPG for this too, bench guy. Again, it's. I think there's all kinds of opportunities for some really fun stuff with this. I was also kind of hoping to do a bit of a instead of an illustrated novel, kind of a video novel with audio and all that kind of good stuff. Let me have that come down this way, and then you come up and over. So there's been a whole bunch of again some stuff that I did way back in the 90s and stuff that I've been able to kind of bring back to life, like these Arthurian paintings. And again, you saw that old painting there that has been brought back to life earlier. Well, Saturday, because now it's Sunday. So we're almost through. It's kind of our mid-tone stuff on the filigree here. Then we're going to try and get some of our lightest light out here. Let's do some of that here. There's my fast matte white. Let's see what that is going to do. So much appreciated there, bench guy. Here, and even this, again, this is not white. It's a very light yellow, but it's certainly not white. I'll lighten you up a little bit around that. And of course, this won't take quite so long because there's not going to be quite as much of it either. Because, well, the story of this, I really, really, really enjoy the story of this bench guy. Because, well, of course, the Legend of Arthur says the once and future king shall return at the hour of greatest need. It certainly does not say when, and it definitely does not say how. Somebody with a sword on a horse, not going to do a whole lot these days. They're all cybernetic. They're not robots or something like that. They only exist in cyberspace. So it is a war in cyberspace. Mordred and your they're trying to restore the Grail Code. Mordred sows discord. He creates multiple truths. And he tries to overload the mainframe, which would be the Lady of Shalott. So again, we're just trying to work in some of these lighter bits here. And I think, well, now that I actually have the corrupted character sculpts, that actually helps tell the story even more. Because with Galahad, since the Grail Code is literally written into his armor, when he turns corrupt, oh my gosh, it's really bad. It's very, very much not good. It's in the no bueno category. I'm sure we'll lighten you up a little bit there. I'm also going to lighten you up a little bit over there. Have you come out and down. Then like this, down and around. We want to try to start to find some highlights on the edges of this trim here. Then we got to try and get in some filigree around the edge of this too. We're just kind of having some fun here with some freehand, just chilling, doing the freehands. Can see where my hand is on this here brush? That's even just 2 fingers. No death grip on that brush. So Cleve, and it's a special offer there, Cleve. And well, also too, getting Windows 11 off your computer could also help too, right, Cleve? Because yeah, Windows 11, little bit of a resource hog, just a bit. As in, like, I'll just take all the resources for me, and I'll leave you none for any of your other tasks, because that makes your computer very useful. That's not a surprise there, bench guy. And bench guy, who knows? Maybe they start out with the more of a sci-fi type thing, but then something that they get maybe more interested in more of a fantasy type universe at some point. That could still happen. Just kind of maybe let them go in their direction there that they want to go. And who knows, maybe at some point they kind of end up where you would like them to be. And again, Mordred, he cannot destroy things, he cannot create things. He can only multiply things. So therefore, he multiplies the truth. Everybody thinks that they're right. And of course, the one who sees it all in her mirror, aka the mainframe, is of course our onion lady, the lady of shallots there. So she sees it all in the mainframe. And now again, there's multiple conditions for Mordred to win. So he in the game he has his own agenda, and it could be going after tiles, it could be going after relays, it could be going after the player characters themselves. And of course, the Green Knight is an NPC, also like Lady of Shalott. So the Green Knight shows up, and essentially he's kind of like a judge. When there's X amount of corruption out on the table, he can possibly show up. So again, he might show up at some moment there. And at first it was going to be, well, that's just a not so good thing for the player characters. Then it turned out to, because again, well, then Mordred would just try to make sure there's tons of corruption out there just to make sure that the Green Man keeps popping up. Well, added a little bit of a punishment mechanic. And actually, I was talking again to the folks where with the baseball game and that pickoff table chart where they basically almost were ready to start fighting with each other, like physically fighting over this stupid chart that had barely anything to do with the game overall. So it took a mechanic, no change to the chart was going to do it. It took a mechanics change. So that's what I did here. I did a mechanics change where the Green Knight might also turn and judge Mordred, and then all of a sudden Mordred has to reveal what his agenda is. I mean, it's not like he can't accomplish it just because it's revealed, but it will make it a darn sight more difficult for him. Because any little machinations he had where he's trying to, corrupt so and so, just to get him to think, all right, this is what must be going on. So those machinations could be somewhat perturbed by him again conjuring up the Green Knight when maybe that's not quite what he wants. Now, essentially, always trying to think of something where it's not inevitable. We don't want inevitability. Let's do this here. It's all solar powered for sure. It's solar and chlorophyll. Yeah. Yes, everything is chlorophyll. So sorry, bench guy, that baseball didn't quite go your way today. Unfortunately, my Aussie Rules football team went from first place in the standings on a rapid slide down to last place because the entire team got injured and they decided to all give up on the season 4 games in. So typically, this is the time of Aussie Rules football, but well, except for those in the far western Collingwood fan club, there's not much joy in Mudville in terms of nowadays for the Bulldogs. And it was their 10th anniversary of their premiership team. We could be waiting another 10 years because things definitely coming apart at the seams. Thanks, bench guy. I'm telling you, bench guy, there's so many exciting things coming down the pike. These are just kind of think actually some of these are still test sculpts. Yeah, some of these have only been printed one time. Now there's other ones that have been printed multiple times because well we're still trying to get the lock in the form of them, and then as far as for the printing and stuff. But there's whole other universes. There's all the Celtic goddess series that we're working on. There's that whole Celtic goddess series. There is another goddess series in another genre. Because just why stop at one? Yeah, actually, well, I guess in a case of things can always be worse, it could be the New York Mets, right? Right, bench guy. I'm not sure. Well, I don't know. I think they might have broke that 12 game losing streak. I haven't heard anything more about the Mets there and that losing streak, so they must have broke that. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Let's go more. Yeah, let's go digital with that. Let's go digital with this instead of filigree. All right, fine. We'll do that. We can roll that way. I can do that. All right, enough of that. We're gonna again get more of the shiny stuff over here too. Here, let's do some filigree on this right. Not that stuff. Let's do this. Let's do this. Now bench guy, I wasn't sure with the Bengals trading away that first round pick. The Bengals, I guess a lot of people just say if the Bengals, given how everything else is playing out in that AFC North division there, should the Bengals defense be just adequate and Joe Burrow stay out of the blue tent, they're going to make some noise there in that AFC North. Now, of course, there's a lot of team. Okay, not as much talk about the Ravens as there was, say at this point last year, and the lead up to the 2025 season. I mean, they're still in there. I just think the one certainty now about the NFL is uncertainty, because I have a feeling there's going to be an awful lot of teams that exit the playoffs every year, and there's going to be a whole bunch of new teams that entree the playoffs every year. And of course, all of this sports analysis is brought to you by the Wappleville Sports Network. And of course, that's where we report the news before it is news. And I guess Swampton is still the preseason APCC #1 ranked team. I don't know how they do it. There might be some NIL money involved, and of course, with the APCC, their bench guy. Thank you so much. That's the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference. 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs. The portal is always open, even during the game. So if you want to switch teams, as long as you got yourself a uniform and a helmet, you can switch teams. Halftime adjustments. That's where the coaches just change sidelines. Yeah, that's your halftime adjustment. Coaches just switch teams. That is the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference. I mean, so bench guy, wasn't it pretty much they had to go into every game thinking if we score less than 40 points, Because, well, there was a certain team from Chicago that came in there, right, bench guy? Uh, of course, too, it would help if, again, if Joe Burrow just manages to stay upright, even if he plays 15 games, right, bench guy? Is he not averaging about 7 or 8 games a year? So if he again he can stay on a little bit of on-field presence, right, bench guy wouldn't hurt. Now let me see. I'm trying to think what some of the second and third rounders were. Well, actually, that's it. Bench guy. Did they draft any offensive linemen? I think they tried to get me. I think maybe some second. No, I don't know if they went and got secondary help. Maybe they tried to get themselves some linebackers too, because well, there might have been one or two holes on that defense, right, bench guy? One draft may not solve that. Uh, when you're a team that's not really known for doing too well in first round picks, you just trade it away, right, bench guy? You get rid of it, you solve the problem. So here again, we're doing some filigree here along the side, just a little something, something. Then we'll get the lighter stuff going here, because that's what kind of gives you the embroidery effect. Then this is going to get all glowy here. That's going to be the next big deal, because we're going to get the lighter stuff in our, because we did the filigree. Now we got to do the fiber optic there. Yes, we're going to do that. Because we've got surfactant weight out there, so we can still work that. Whoops, nope, nope. This stuff first. This stuff first here. So again, working in some of our filigree pattern here. Little of this, little of that. I'm pretty sure we did this already on the other side. So let me just keep rolling with this here. Just keep a rolling. Down we go. 3 hours and 52 minutes ago, there was no paint on this. I want to say about 4 hours and 5 minutes ago, there was no primer on this. It was, yeah, it was shockingly fast prep time here for the stream, because there was not much time to prep for the stream. Everything has been kind of compressed over the last 24 hours. I do believe, much like a certain George Hallis, their bench guy, if you were to make it like in the dictionary, uh, and it was just a Pictionary there, bench guy, you would have a picture of a nickel, and then you would have an equal sign there, bench guy, and it would say there would be a manhole cover. So yeah, they throw around nickels like manhole covers, don't they, bench guy? Oh, thanks, Tabletop Rich. How you doing? So, and again, where's there she is. Here's Gwenny. So just like here, how we kind of infuse the cyber and the filigree together on this one, we're trying to do the same thing for Arthur right here. And again, all of this, everything, the face, all of the cybernetic stuff here, all done in the last 4 hours. And then again, this is my most elaborate blender sculpting that I did here on that object. Oof, that was not an easy task right there. That was one of the more difficult ones. Now, hopefully that gets easier with the pressure sensitive tablet. Glad that you're doing well there, Tabletop. Now, actually, bench guy, I think there was a point there. Didn't you have some of the wee ones helping you with doing some of the painting? Well, I think it was a little bit of the prepping too, right, bench guy? So hopefully, I know you're trying to get him into the RPG stuff, but hopefully that kind of maybe contributes to more interest in the miniature side of things. So again, look at see more and more filigree down there. Ah, that's good there, bench guy. Tabletop. If you wanted to share some of the stuff that you're maybe working on there, same thing there, bench guy. You want to show up maybe something that you and the wee ones have been doing together. That would be sensational. It's fine. We'll just throw some more of this lighter stuff in here. We'll give me a little more of the lighter filigree in this here. Like you say, bench guy, like you're saying just a little bit ago, you're like, well, okay, we'll kind of nudge them in that direction, and hopefully they find that path, because too much nudging, right, can create some resistance. There's a resistance to some nudging there. More of our light along the no, that wasn't too much. At first I was thinking we made that a little too light, and I'm looking like nope, not really. It would catch a decent amount of light. It's pointing, it's facing right up to the light, so why not? Why would it not? And again, I can still go lighter than this. I would call this maybe a value 2. Maybe a 2.5. We could still definitely go lighter than that. Yeah, and hey, bench guy, you might be very, very surprised at some point. You might say, "Wow, okay, they've kind of gotten into it here." Might also too at the depending on what their friends are interested in, that's gonna have a say. Uh, Kathy, between her brother and her brother's friends and stuff, she was around people painting miniatures. So that's kind of what led her to doing the miniature painting thing. And then, well, she comes here, and well, guess what happened? The miniature painting thing. That there was many other events too that were part of that, but there was well that initial nudge, right, bench guy? Or is it a nudge? It could be a nudge instead of a nudge. I think that's the more subtle version. Yes, nudge versus nudge. Nudge is a little more obvious. I think a nudge is more secretive. I get that. Yeah, actually, I might throw in some of the latest metals because again, I got the fast matte white sitting over there. Thanks, Camja. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure at Camja. All of this freehand stuff, this really wasn't kind of decided until just days ago. Because initially, again, that lion stuff that you see in that lower right-hand corner, I was trying to basically do a cybernetic version of that, kind of like we did with Lancelot there, Camda, the cybernetic dragon on his cloak. But glad that we went this route. I'm very glad we went this route. I wasn't quite sure at first. And of course, if we hadn't liked it, we could have changed it quite easily. Now, again, this being oils and all, right, Camda? There again. I don't want that to be too light. That's going down into the shadows there. Let's not make that too light. I'm going to maybe pick up a little bit on the outer edge of this here. Alright, something like that. There we go. Yeah, here, I got this fast motor. Let me hit some stuff on the armor. I need to see our lightest lights on the armor. I was just realizing, well, wait a minute. We ain't done that yet. Let's do this here. We have not on trade into our lightest light on said armor here. Actually, bench guy. Ooh, I seem to remember that. And bench guy. Oh, you know the last council there, bench guy. I meant to mention these. Now again, I was only working on these, but when he was talking about okay, you know, things that you can sculpt cannot always replicate, especially in smaller scales. And I was wanting to talk about what happened to the Wild West Exodus guys back in it was 2012 or 20 maybe 13 ish. Now it was by almost like 2014. That's right. And they had all these really nifty cowboy sculpts, bench guy, and they were very excited until they cast him in resin, and all their cowboys were wearing fezzes, and that is because they did not, on screen the brims looked just fine. All of the cowboy hat brims seemed just fine. They were not fine enough. They were too fine to print. So yeah, they had to redo all of that because again, they did not have cowboys. They had somebody wearing fezzes. And I do, yeah, that was the last council, wasn't it, bench guy? And I felt I didn't want to because he had so much stuff he was trying to cover. I wanted to toss that story out there. That just and that was something that they told me. They're like, "Yep, that did not go the way we thought it was going to." They ended up with cowboy fezzes, and that was not exactly part of the plan. Let me mix those. Well, that's that ultramarine blue and the phthalo green there, Camda. That's kind of I'm starting to like that little combo. That's something I almost never have done before, Camda. That's a very recent thing, so you might be seeing more of that. Now, of course, it has to be a decent, something like a Williamsburg sort of high-powered ultramarine blue to kind of pull that off. Let's say. Ooh, now we're talking here. So again, this element right here, this is a separate piece that I sculpted. I had to kind of reshape this to make it fit in here. And then the area around it, I had to re-sculpt, like all of these lines here. These are actually sculpted in by me, these lines. And then there's some lines up here, same thing. So that was the ultramarine and the phthalo green together there, Camda. Because at first I was kind of thinking, okay, yeah, that ultramarine that's too much of a red, too much of a reddish blue. You mix it with the phthalo green, it's going to actually make it very dingy. As it turns out, it is not very dingy at all. So most unexpected result there, Camda. Well, got to try new stuff all the time, right? You just never know how things might play out until you try them. We need you there, and maybe a little bit something right here. Thank you so much, bench guy. Appreciate that. Again, this is not the usual, the old medicine. This is the new medicine. This is the anti-sleep streaming medicine, bench guy. No, and bench guy here. Let me. Oh, you didn't here. Let me show you this real quick. I think. 1 second here. That's okay. Let's see if I can get to. Here we go. Yeah, so on the 13th bench guy, and it's going to be an earlier start time. check this out. We have Cyber Giro and a Cyber Kathy. So I already this printed out. I'm going to be pulling this off the plate. Well, later today I'm going to do a bunch of different test prints of Cyber Giro. So here again is a again there's Cyber Giro and Cyber Kathy. And whoops, wrong way here. There's one more. So I actually had a photograph in this pose of Kathy. It was supposed to be a reference for like a fantasy warrior thing we were doing. And again, we got Cyber Giro there. So I was hoping to replicate something like this. I'm also going to be doing a diorama. Cause well, bench guy, we try to do lots of different Cathys there. We've kind of exhausted all of the current ones. I've also even painted Mel. You've seen the halfling rogue that I did. That was Kathy's old D&D character. So this is a new character. Well, we did cyber. You saw the cyber Wapelius, right, bench guy? So after doing the cyber Wapelius, I thought, well, now we need to do a cyber Kathy. It's only fair. Of course, Camda Gandalf would say, "Hey, wait a minute. What about Cyber Gandalf?" It's like, nope, ain't gonna be no Cyber Gandalf. He doesn't get to be Cyber. But we Wapelians get to be Cybered. That's for sure. There we go. We're trying to really crank this up here. Whoops, not that. Little more there, and boom, that's it. There we go. That's doing the trick there. Not that much stuff. Not that much stuff. Not that much there either. Gotta get the knuckles here. Let's also hit this. Like so. Like that. And now here, let's get this whole bunch lighter here. Look at this. That's a whole bunch of dark right there. We gotta get you a whole bunch of lighter. Because reasons also, this stuff out here, that's going to make it a whole bunch of more shiny. See that got shinier right quick. How's about we do a bit of you over here? A little bit of you down over there too. And of course, we'll try to maybe make some of the CyberCat, Cyber Geo files of it, kind of like what we've been doing with the what is that? Our Lord of the Rings gummy bears. So yeah, bench guy. Obviously October, right? Kind of want to do the Kathicon thing. It's something I've wanted to do for years, but I only now had the ability to make this stuff myself. Ironically enough, Camden, that's kind of what led to all of these files. Is that I'm like, okay, there's the only way I'm ever going to get these Lord of the Rings gummy bears for Kathicon is to make them myself. I didn't think it was going to lead to all this, right, Camden? That is not really what I was thinking. Pretty much the opposite of what I was thinking was going to happen. Because, well, somebody else was supposed to make them, not me. And then it's like, well, okay, we'll be waiting about 30 years before that ever happens. So we just got to take charge of it ourselves. Lighten this up here on the sword play. There we go. Making it later. Like we do. Let me get some more of our really light stuff over here on his like over here now. And by later, I mean like nice and light here. We got this deal right here. I'm gonna make you lighter too. Now this. Again, you can see how this went from like what it all sounds like boom. Look at what happened there, right, Camden? But we had to be patient, right? So bench guy, there really shouldn't be any ads playing or anything like that. Yeah, I have the ads turned off, so there should not be any ads playing. Now I guess when you first come in, I guess apparently there's ads, but there should not be any ads playing on the regular part of the stream. I guess is that the word I'm looking for? So that would be really weird if you're getting ads because there should not be any ads like at all. Let me do this here. Again, just looking for a little bit of reflected light down there. No, let me just where's my... Fine, we'll just use this guy. We will just use you, get some of this. Infuse with a little bit of that. Okay. Yeah, Ben, I'm like, well, that's weird. Why the ads there? Sorry that the internet is being a bit on the pesky side there for you, bench guy. Let me do this. Okay, now we're talking here. Okay. Not too much of this. Not too much. Maybe a little bit more over here. All right. Gonna clean out just as best as I can. So here's hoping that that starts to clear up a little bit for you there, bench guy, because that can certainly be annoying to no end. That's for sure. No, we're starting to get there. See that? And now we shall do that up here. Now a little bit more of the... There we are. Get some more of that here. Definitely a bunch of it here. I mean, that's super close to our source light, so why is that not getting away with the weight? Could not be hasty hobbitses. Don't be a hasty hobbit. Some of it there, some of it there, more of it there. Now less of the dry brushy stuff, a little bit more of the relative precision stuff. So I don't really do a Discord thing there, bench guy. It's really more the Instagrams and the Facebooks. That's my thing. That's my vibe right there. There is some kind of Discord that I never look at. So there's the unviewed Discord. That might be the name of the channel, the unviewed Discord channel. That might be its name. Yeah, bench guy, you can always shoot me, a little something on the instas there or whatever. That you and the little guys or little ones are working on and stuff. And again, Benchka, they what I'm hoping for on Wednesday again, an earlier start. So maybe you wouldn't have to quite have to be sort of the either the late hour or whatever, or late hour. Yes, Camden, we have to leave some part of the galaxy unharmed. The rest of the galaxy is ours, right, Camden? Yes, we claim the rest of the galaxy. We just leave that one portion of the galaxy for other species. Otherwise, we claim the rest for ourselves. Let me do teensy more of this, and then now we gotta get some of it over here. Right, we want some glinty things happening on our metal over here. Like that, see, it's starting to get a little more glinty there. Oh yeah, bench guy, that'd be fabulous. That would be fantastic. So there's a little bit of choppy there. We're gonna make that a little bit more on the cleaner side. Now here, let's take, where's our, now that's more of an open area. Trying to get me a little, there we go. Less of the blue, more of the teal color in here. We're still going to use you as a bit of a blending brush here. There we go. Okay, so but it's again starting to infuse that little bit of the teal color there. Going the other direction with this now. Yeah, a little bit less of the darker blue in the shadows, more of the teal here. Because again, reasons. No, let me go this way a little. See that? Now we're starting to get some of this reflecting up here. Again, I had to wait on this though. Had to be patient. Might even zap a little bit of it on that side. Touch more of it up in there. Okay, so again, now we got a little bit of the teal happening over there. We will probably lighten this up even more. No. It's like, whoops. We must put a much too light of a teal color there. Now, let's do this. Here, we're going to get this out of here. One of these guys will work. We'll try this one. Try this. So there's the again, phthalo green. And instead of the Prussian blue, I'm actually going with some of the fabulous. Well, look at that. Here we go. Yeah, that's way more teal than I thought I was going to get with phthalo green and ultramarine blue combo together. That is unexpected. We learn new things all the time, right, Camden? We are constantly learning new things, trying new stuff. Not settling for the status quo. Yep, actually that makes I do like that better. Also, gonna get me some of that back in here. Okay, I kind of just got a little. There we go. I need to sort of prime the area. See a little bit of it getting back in there now. And then I was hoping. Nope, not late enough. Let's go with this. There you go. That edge, and then a little smidgel of that here. Let me try something like this. that. Blending brush. You a blending brush. Try that. Oh, whoops. Again, minus whatever chunk of something is on there. I think that's actually some little bit of shavings. Oh, I know what that is. That's actually some FDM. It's shavings from me cutting out this. That's what it's from. Like, where the heck is that coming from? Oh, yeah, that's where that's coming from. Yeah, I put that there. I was going to say technically earlier today, but no, that would be yesterday. Because, yeah, that was Saturday morning when I did that. At, oh, I don't know, about 8:30 or so. Now let me try to get me some light stuff, like some very light stuff here with our some of this. And remember, we got this on the back to do. That's now we're gonna try and get into some of our latest stuff of this on here. Let's do it. More of the lighter stuff. Break it down in there. Now we're talking. Look at the same filigree stuff. Also going to try and make you a bit later. Whilst I'm at it there. March that filigree over this way. Back to it here. More light up there. Maybe this will do it. Nope, it's too light. Let me retreat to this. Ah, there we go. That is what I needed there. And now back to the much later hit here. Alright. Some of our light filigree here. Maybe even more of that white here. See what happens. Bingo, there we go. Yep, there we are. Some lighter stuff over there. Now let's get to our some of this stuff. I think that's had plenty of time to set, so we're good to roll here. So thanks for sending that. Let me see if I can see something here. It's hard to tell. Really hard to tell. Actually, let's see. Let me go this way. So it might be in requests or something there, bench guy. Unfortunately I cannot see it right now. That's something I'll do. I'll check after the stream there, bench guy. But I'm sure it went into something like maybe message requests there, bench guy, instead of just my regular messages. Because every so often I do get those, so I will be sure to look there, bench guy, and I bet you that's where it is. I would not be surprised. Oh, is there? Yep, we got that little bit of light there. Another one there, another one here. I mean, technically, I could still even go lighter than this on our fiber optics here, but we're gonna wait on that. Again, 4 hours and 24 minutes ago, guess how much paint was on here? There was none. There was none at all. Let me lighten up this some here. Now those might, yeah, those will get a little bit more of a fast matte white there. And let's push this over this way. That didn't quite go where it was supposed to. Down you go here. All right. Oh, and of course, bench guy. Yeah. Once I check out the message you got there, I'll try to kind of get you caught up on a bunch of different things here. I'll try to get you caught up on a bunch of stuff because, like I said, bench guy, there's a whole bunch of super, super exciting things that are kind of happening here. Now, Cam, to our age of the Renaissance, we've been talking about that a lot, especially lately. Working on these game mechanics, and well, one of the things I realized maybe I could do, was maybe we tried to make some new mechanics for the game, and essentially make it all 3D printable, and to print out the cards and everything. Um, then it actually asked me, well, do you want to make a Cybertheria universe of this game? And that was very intriguing. That's for sure. Yeah, here's some white on that, and no more there. Also here, down you go. So you can see now this, right, our fiber optics, that's starting to get a little bit of a glow to it now. So yeah, bench guy, if it had been like a regular message thing, it just would have popped up right away. I would have seen the notification. When I don't see it, it definitely means it must be in message requests, which is no big deal. Again, I see those several times a week or so. Thanks, Camden. This might be the most complex combo, because other ones have had more of the cyber, or more of this, the fiber versus the filigree. This kind of had a whole bunch of each. So I'm saying, well, and it makes sense because it's Arthur, right, Camden? I mean, it is Arthur after all. We should have the most elaborate freehand on him. Well, sorry about that, Camden. Hopefully not like the same kind of chaos from last week. Was that last week or the week before? And now, bench guy, did you? Oh, what was the Reaper Kickstarter with the paint? I wasn't sure if you also got the paint stuff too. I figured probably not because, well, we all have a whole bunch of paint, right, bench guy. I mean, whether it's oils, whether it's acrylics, whether it's whatever, I think we are pretty well stocked with paint. I don't think we really need new stuff. At least me. I know I don't need any new stuff. Again, whether it's acrylic or oils, doesn't matter. Nah, said, I guess they're truly being angry orclings, right, Camden? Yes, those orclings on the plains of Golgoroth there, they can be somewhat aggressive, I guess. Back to this again here to try and do a more filigree and maybe even some cracks in the this here. maybe try to hit a. No, that's still see. That's still too light. Let's go back to. Nah, gotta get some thinner here. Let's break this down. Then I need to get some more darks on this side. I see that now. Here, let me get the indigo. Let's drop some of that in here. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay, so that was a miss in there. We also need to get some more of that up here. Not there. Need a little more separation on that. I guess now, see, how long are you waiting on those bench? Well, obviously, with those kind of things, even they don't know because there's no way they can know, right? It's bound to be sort of random. Now, I wasn't sure when. Well, maybe you might be potentially expecting them. I guess maybe that's it. And so when should they? If all things go as according to plan, which they just won't, because that's kind of how life is, right? Especially with the campaigns. Again, hopefully those show up in a relatively timely fashion for you. We're going to hit that with some more of our light there. Oh, actually, another strap right here. So let me get some of this Marsy red there. Some of the violet and the Marsy red together for this. Like a so. So May or June, okay. I know that they worked super hard, right, bench guy, to try and have everything just kind of, well, made there. Although this is a little different story. But they spent years, right, bench guy, trying to have, again, more homegrown type stuff there. Lots of years, lots of hard work. Let me do a little bit of that dark there. I think I still have enough of my untarnished fast matte white that we could use. Let me just kind of use that along the top of this scabbard here. Maybe a little something like that. You know, actually, I'm going to have that be, yeah, let's, maybe I just grab this to do this blue here. Let me get some of you, some of this. And we shall change that to our lighter blue here, because that makes more sense. So yeah, bench guy, I think it was, well, maybe 2021-ish, right? Bench guy was when they said, all right, look, enough of this fooling around. We're just going to do as much of it here as we can. And that was, I'm sure that was a bunch of work and a whole bunch of cost, right, bench guy, to do something like that. Let me work that into here. All right, now, this deal up here, I was not looking for gold in that. We were going to here, look at our fabulous cobalt teal bluish in here. I like that. Also there, and then maybe a little bit of glowy stuff on the underside in there. Let me go. We need some dark here. We have like mid-tone, a little bit of light, Nothing really dark. Now we're getting there. I think that's gonna really help a bunch, making that make a whole bunch more sense there. Now on the top of this, let me. Ooh, that's too much. Let's go back this way. The bench guy. I mean, they work super hard on all the campaigns and everything. So want to give them as much support as possible, right, bench guy? Well, I'm glad that she can get to do that, bench guy. I mean, they're just super relaxing, just very relaxing. I was just having to again, well, again, not today, but Saturday morning, early, right after the stream, I had to literally switch from oils to acrylics because I had to paint something that was going to be wrapped up and stuck in a box the immediately after it was done, like seconds after it was done, it was going in a box. So yeah, there was no oils on that. I mean, it's not like there's a gigantic difference. Paint is paint, and a miniature, well, that's also just a miniature. Yes, you don't want them doing what I was trying to replicate what Bill Alexander did, where he took his brush and whacked it on the side of the palette to get rid of all the extra thinner. Let's just say there was phthalo green dots on the wall and the carpet forever afterwards, because that's what happened. Yeah, that was one of those laws of unintended consequences right there. That that was not really how that was supposed to play out at all. We don't have our light over. Let's get some of this light on the crystal here, like we do. We need to get a little light in there. I don't think we have any back here, do we? No, not really. And again, this is not our latest light. We can still go lighter than this. Where's my ultramarine? There it is. So that is going to be some reflected light down here, like so, like that. Oh yeah, we have no reflected light over here either. What's going on? It ain't gonna be metal. No reflection, no metal. Them's the rules. No reflections, no metals. Let me hit this in here. Nope. No, I'm too late there. No, I might. Let me take this stuff out of the spray. Let me try some of this and some of this for here and along maybe some of these little, I don't know, rock stones, whatever. Let's try to get a little something on these. Now here I might go ahead and get this, get that lighter right there. Yeah, and Benchka again. I'm glad that I just remember when you were first trying to get them kind of start to do the miniature painting there, and like you say, it can be pretty chaotic, to say the least. And that's when that's in the best of circumstances, of course. It can certainly be not best of circumstances. I shall try here. We're gonna get this. Maybe some of you is gonna be. I think that there we go. That was dark enough. So yeah, we want to flip that, right? Want to flip that a little bit there. Let me put you in there, and now up here. Let me see if I can use that. I really don't want to try and get more fat. I think that might just be like way too much, way too gloopy there. Let's get that less gloopy. I think we have made it somewhat gloop free. There we are. Yeah, that'll work. That will work, okay. Was not sure at first, but I think it shall be fine. More of these lines here. Ah, we never did the later stuff on this side. Holy smokies. Let's get this in here. I better. I'm actually gonna almost do a semi-pin line wash to get that down in there. Okay, now we got some of it in there. Because otherwise that other stuff wouldn't have made a whole bunch of sense now, would it? Not much sense at all. Let me go back. There we are. Yeah, actually, the bench guard, that was one of the problems for the Boy Scout troop. As the coaches would say, it's like, okay, you can miss this you missed this practice to go on that camp out with the Boy Scout thing there. Well, maybe you won't find yourself starting. Maybe you won't find yourself on the team. We need somebody here that's going to be dedicated to the team. So that definitely happened on a few occasions. Because there was a few folks in the troop and also doing some of the other stuff, and there were some demands, that's for sure, at certain times a year. See you later there, Inganes. And of course, like usual, Inganes, why don't you share your stuffs in the chat one more time? Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. Inganes also paints with the oils, so go check that out. I will get some of you and do that. Okay, I think that is what we want. There we are, yeah. Actually, Camda, well, who knows? Actually, Camda, now that I kind of know what I'm doing, maybe I design my own little 3D printable cabinet for him. Maybe something like that. Now, obviously, plexiglass would be involved, but actually, Camda, I was actually able to get. Now, these were kind of intended for Gen Con slash Adepticon. Some of these kind of nifty little clear plastic things that are actually relatively large. And again, I'll at some point, if I get to put those together and do a little bit of a test deployment of the figures in them, Because, well, now we have the figures to put in there. I sort of never really had those for the Adepticon test until it was, well, Adepticon. So see you later, Incones. Again, everybody please give Incones a follow. Check out all the fabulous oil painted miniatures there. We have got to get a touch more of our this reflecting over here. Perhaps maybe a little kick there. Might do a little more kick in here and a couple of those. So that, see, there you go. Little bit of light getting down into the interior, like it does. Like it does. Again, tempted to go a little bit lighter there. Let's see. No, I won't do that. I'm just again just kind of looking over at my reference there. And actually, this blue looks really different, Camda. When I compare it to all that, you think it's blue, whatever's. No. there's a sizable difference here. I was not really expecting that. I held it up next to Guinevere, and I was like, wow, that is really different. So that reddish blue, I mean that's a thing for sure. Now I'm gonna take some of this. I need to do at least a little something here. I mean nothing tremendous. We'll just do something like that. Now let me get a little something on the hair. We'll take the some of that Naples. Yep, nah, let's thin that down. That's getting a little. Here we go. Here we are. So again, we're just gonna get a couple little lighter things on his hair, like this. Like this. And like that. Ooh, yeah, this little teensy bit already making a big difference here. Now again, we're just going 2 fingers on the brush again. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. Get the sides of the hair now. We are here. Let's maybe a little more thinner again. Again, just enough to make it feel a little bit easier, not a ton. And of course, with the oil paints, every paint color is going to be different as far as, okay, how much thinner does it take to, say, turn it into one of those pin line washes? Well, guess what? Some paints, it takes a bunch. Here's looking at you, Indian yellow, manganese blue. Even some of your, like your Mars colors, those that can take a little bit of thinner to get that, to, say, go into something like a pin line wash. Other things, it's like thinner barely touches it, boom, you got yourself a pin line wash. So no bench guide. This is a sable-free zone. It is all synthetics all the time. Actually, the only thing that is not a craft brush is this. Literally everything now is just a craft brush, and even this is, well, potentially only $4.50 right here. That is the most expensive brushy we got. Otherwise, look at this here. The one happy choice, pennies on the dollar. Even these things here, a whole bunch of Filberty type brushes, just Amazon specials. That's it. I think it was pretty much 2021 was when The sables were officially abandoned for a variety of reasons. The quality of the brushes was drastically falling. The price of the brush was drastically increasing. And we said, well, okay, that's not a great combo right there. We're gonna go with else. We're gonna do something else. We're taking our toys and going elsewhere, right, Camda? One more hit of this for the crown. Let's do that for the crown here, like you do. Some hits on the crown. Well, we gotta break this down again. We actually still do have some of this over here. So maybe we'll have those two go together. Let's see what we can do on the crown here. And that's the thing, right, Kenda? So the bunch guy, the sables, it's random. It's like one of those weird D6 adventures or something like D20 adventure tables. You could get something that's not too bad, or you could get something that is pretty much useless. And that happened with greater and greater and greater frequency. So I said, you know what? Also, too, what we're right now, what we're doing with this sable brush, or sorry, non-sable brush, this liner brush here, with the very nice stiff bristles on this, that's just not happening with the sable brushes. So we're relying on the stiffness of the bristle here as well. No problem there, bench guy. No problems. Because, well, folks might want to know, right, bench guy? So, much appreciated for you asking there. Oh, and of course, bench guy, we will be getting back to where the heck are my little paintings? Maybe it's the wrong shelf. There we go. So, bench guy, we're actually going to be getting back to like genuine, regular flat art again, because I have a whole bunch of these portraits that I want to do. So yeah, we're gonna be doing portraits of our Arthurians, like regular paintings there, bench guy, which is that's gonna be real fun, because there have not been a whole bunch of portrait type things. Now the difference is they're going to probably already transferred. I'll probably already transfer the drawings. That kind of, well, again, I don't really do math, right, Camda, but this was 1/3 the cost of the average sable brush. It lasted 3 times as long. That's 3 times 3. That makes 9. Again, I'm not good at math, but that's kind of how things I believe work as far as those multiplication tables there. So I'm like, if I'm getting 9 times the value out of this, well, then why don't I just stick with this? And it's weird, bench guy, because that's all I used to use was sable. That was all I used to use back in the day with sable brush when I was doing watercolors and such. Now I think all the years of oil painting, where there was I was just using mostly again filbert brushes and again things with a stiffer bristle. That again, that just kind of made an impression there. And again, it's kind of what the needs are, and when it comes to this kind of stuff, what is more valuable is again the stiffer bristles, the consistency from one brush to the next, where it's just like I have this, I know exactly what I got. No mystery, no mystery. Oh, here we go. Now this is a bit of the orangey stuff now, bench. Got a little bit of orangey stuff going in here. Right next to all of those greens. Hit this a little, and maybe even some of the yellow into that orangey stuff. Now back to the orange stuff again. Also here, yeah. And again, bench guy, I'll try to look at your message there. And again, there's I don't think I'll send it all in one message because it would take like 20 messages to send you all the pictures to kind of get you up to speed there, bench guy. Because my goodness, much has happened, right, Camda? And by that I mean like in the last 48 hours. Then you're like, well, let's talk months. Good grief. The pace of change is beyond shocking, right, Camda? It really has gotten to the point where it's like, wait a minute, 3 hours has gone by. What, no major discoveries? What's going on here? Clearly not doing it right. Now here's getting some of that orangey stuff. Where's my burnt umber? Now we're talking. There we are. It's like, wait a second, hold on there, hold on. There was not there was like a bunch of middle tone and some light. There was nothing that was even remotely dark. We had to change that up for sure. Now, bench guy, again, looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. So Camden, I was kind of hoping that of all the characters, this was going to, would you say, give me the most opportunity to have that sort of ancient and the cyber in combination. Because unlike, say, okay, Lancelot, there was a very specific kind of imagery I wanted in his cloak and his free hand. Uh, Lady of or Onion Lady, well, she was supposed to be much more like fiber optic, so there was not a whole lot of the ancient there. I think there was a little bit of that in our Morgan Le Fay. But man, when you see the Morgan Le Fay, the two throne things that I've done, the Morgan Le Fay and the Guinevere on thrones, it's like, oh my goodness. But those are the things I'm going to try and print out on the Saturn. And that is, what are we targeting? We're targeting Tuesday, Wednesday for getting the Saturn going. Wish me luck on that, Camda. Oh, sure thing there, bench guys. Sure thing. Sorry, I didn't see that right away there, bench guy. Let me do some more here. Ooh, you know what? In the shadows. Let's do this. Well, not so much shadows, but in the recesses here. More. Let's try some of that. Try some of that. There we. Okay, that's good. That is a good. So fire away there, bench guy. Oh, there we are. That's what this needed. Yep. I was like, there's something I'm missing here. Something's amiss, and that's what it was amiss. Now, no longer a miss. I shall do some of that over here as well. See what we're saying. We want to just forget about doing the darker stuff down here. Not everywhere. See, like just that one area. Boom. That's it. And then we stop. Then we stop. We shall do that on this side now. Not too much. I'm kind of see where the light source kind of hitting it there. Kind of focusing on that. Also, shadows over there. So bench guy, it sneaks up on you sometimes. Well, there will be there's the inevitable anniversaries. Like again, May 13th is not going to be a super fun day here, and well, let's say October 29th, not the most fun day. And sorry about that too, bench guy. Now, bench guy, I keep saying I said this a lot at Adepticon. One of the things, bench guy, when you have basically an entire worldwide army of people that are literally checking up on you on a daily basis, like I mean earlier today, and actually I was mentioning that Camda while I was at this thing. I say like if something is weird, like I'm not streaming at a normal time, people get worried and they say, "Hey, what's going on? Are you all right there? You know, is there weather weirdness going on? Did you get blown away by a tornado? What's going on over there?" And having so many folks again continuing to support here, and again, obviously Armored Wolf doing the moderations and such. It does actually motivate you there. So yes, he cammed it earlier. Is like, dude, what's going on? You should be streaming now. Why are you not streaming? Is something bad happening there? Um, there's not a lot of folks in the world that have that many people. Now, like Landras, there's many like Landras. Like, you okay over there? What's going on? Valfera will shoot. Grand Orica will shoot a message. But also too, bench guy. Uh, I still talk to Kathy's family every single week, at least sometimes twice a week. Now, like this week, it's probably going to be less just because of the weird schedule. And they're also up at their cabin. They have no reception up there, so I doubt I'll be talking to them tomorrow. But I send them messages all the time, bench guy. So I don't know how much Now, actually, bench guy, it does. There was one point where things I didn't realize that because well, Kathy's mom, her sister, and her grandma. Well, actually, Kathy's mom and her sister all sounded alike. All three of them sounded alike. They used to actually play a game with me where they would basically I had to guess who I was talking to. Now, obviously, the more Kathy was down here, the less she sounded like Minnesotan. So that was a little bit easier then. But yet, as talking to him on the phone every so often, it's like, wait a minute, that's a little funky. And of course, I still have to actually take down like the streaming area there. I've kind of, well, shall we say, pilfered some elements of it as needed here and there. And Benchka, one of the things didn't want to do was kind of like be bouncing off of walls. And because there's that thing where, right, bench guy, you say, well, I don't want to be reminded of this. And then there's also too, like, well, it's been 12-ish years there, right? Uh, people think, okay, passage of time, right? That's a magical thing. Well, sometimes not, because then maybe you start to feel a little bit guilty. You're like, you don't quite have the freshest of memories, if that makes any sense there, bench guy. Where you're trying to recall, like, okay, certain things, and it gets harder and harder because, well, time is a passing, and that's not being refreshed, right? And then you start feeling also too. It's like you also keep wondering, well, did I miss something, right? And again, talking to people that I know that are high level doctors, they said, well, the people with millions of dollars of equipment and supposedly decades of experience, they didn't exactly, they didn't solve the problem either. What were you supposed to do? So, yeah, what shot you got? Do you have like a hidden, diagnosis machine somewhere that you haven't told us about? So there's also that too, where you kind of it's a little bit hard to say, well, I should have been able to succeed where others failed, because we like to say force of will, right, bench guy? Like I shall will this into existence, and it can work. It's not to say that you should just kind of like kind of mail things in and say like, well, okay, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But there are times where it's just, well, that deck is a little bit too stacked up against you. And sometimes you're just like, well, okay, did what I could. And of course, bench guy, I kept thinking, was it an environmental thing? Well, if it was an environmental thing, um, then that would have, we both are in the same environment, and I was exposed to way more of the nasty stuff. So I kind of eliminated that one right away, because it's like, well, I think it wouldn't have just like leapt over one person and grabbed another. So I'm thinking, nope, that's probably not it. And again, too, I know there's the school of thought that you kind of just, well, kind of set aside those memories or whatever. Eventually, that'll kind of creep up on you, and it'll find its way to the surface. Oh yeah, somehow, some way, that's going to find its way to the surface. So you might as well just kind of work through it. That's all you can do, right? Right, bench guy. Just got to keep hammering away. Now, one of the things was to, and I'm still doing it to this very day, is doing all the stuff with the house, whether it's actual regular house repairs or whether it's kind of fixing things that got messed up during that time, or all of this stuff. Right, all of this stuff. Now, of course, Kathy would have loved to have been able to design her own miniatures and all the kitties that we're making and stuff. She would have loved to be able to do that. But again, unfortunately, that just wasn't there at the time. Now, Bench Guy, the next door neighbor, ironically enough, pretty much the exact same thing happened to her almost at the same time. And I think her daughter was 9. Now, she kind of went the opposite route, and she basically took everything and got rid of it as fast as possible, which I do think that kind of left a mark on the other person in the family. Maybe her, not so much, but I do think it was very confusing for somebody who was 9, who was like, wait a minute, why is all this stuff disappearing? So, like you say, right, bench guy, that complexifies the situation, does it not, Camda? That makes things a complexify. Let me try to get me some more dark in here. Okay, wait a minute. Was that too? Maybe not. Let's bring out a blendy brush. I mean, we got a whole bunch of freshly applied stuff to blend. You know what? That kind of works. Oh yeah, it does. We had to do that. I might even have to do some more. No problem there, bench guy. And again, this is I've kind of one of the. Oh, this is the other thing too, bench guy. Is that, well, my sister, unfortunately, well, in 2024, it's like, oh, surprise, guess what? But a lot of the knowledge, well, that hard won knowledge, let's put it that way, we were able to utilize that to a kind of, well, again, she got super, super lucky, we'll put it that way. But I do believe the knowledge that we gained, we're at least able to utilize that to, if anything, minimize the impact. And I've been trying to use that for other folks there, bench guy. I mean, to this day, I was just trying to coach up somebody. Was it a few weeks ago, trying to coach somebody up, and I've got like three, four other people that I'm saying, okay, here's what you do for neuropathy. Here's what you do for this. Make sure you're doing that. And that actually, bench guy, you'd be surprised. That brings a little certain level of, shall we say, satisfaction there. Sounds like, all right, got me the first time. Wasn't ready for it. Got me the first time, but guess what? I'm waiting for you now. So again, you done won the first round, but you ain't winning this one. And again, like you say, with the kids, a difficult thing because there's a balance, right? I like Tifu. That's again. There's a couple other folks that, in some cases, their situations are super similar. And if you can provide even just a little bit of reassurance, saying, "Look, here's a way you kind of come on out the other side," or you just facilitate them being able to kind of push back a little more, they start feeling a little bit less like they're just on a merry-go-round. They feel a little bit more like they're in charge of the ride, so to speak, even if it's a ride they don't want to be on. So hopefully that kind of, I know that's a rambling thing there, and again, that's you got extra things that you're trying to manage there. Yeah, well, and of course, bench guy, you just also have to say, well, you're doing the best that you can, doing the best that you can. Ooh, more light here. Let's do the best we can to get some more highlights in this right here. We got a gee whiz. We missed this whole deal here, Tifu. There we look at that. Did not take much, did it? Did not take much. And again, that is where it is. Staying in this fight there, staying in the struggle. That's what you do. Keep on rolling. Hmm. Cause yeah, like oh yeah, that's right. That October. So May 13th. Not exactly what we were looking for. Then that October, the car got stolen. That was super fun. That was pretty interesting. That was a little bit of a that was like okay, I'm the baby seal. Somebody got a club. Somebody's applying the club. Ooh, let's apply more of these lights over here. I mean, we had it right here. We need to do this. We need to do this. We need to get some over here. Oh my goodness. I think we gotta still get some lighter stuff going on over here. That's a little janky right there. We gotta unjanky this somehow. Ultramarine, where you hiding? Oh, oof. I mean, the ultramarine blue hanging out over here next to the Prussians, Camden. That's dangerous. 1 second there, bench guy. 1 second. There you go. And see, bench guy, that is where, again, this is where there's an, again, I'm super lucky because all of this, right? All of this expression right here, between the songs, the stories, the figs, the artwork, that's kind of like a built-in diffuser, bench guy, because you're creating stuff, right? You're kind of unleashing energy and all that sort of stuff. A little bit more difficult for you. You're like, okay, yeah, I'd like to create some stuff, but that's not really what I do on a daily basis. So again, this is where the good fortune comes into play. And that's the other thing too, bench guy. Again, trying to find those areas that's like, okay, clearly this is what I'm going to be uh, good at fighting back with here. And you just again, it's not going to be an easy thing, and there's going to be days that sneak up on you. I'm sure that's happened to you a bunch of times, right, bench guy? Where that wasn't part of the plan for the day, and also all of a sudden it's like you get kind of bamboozled by something all of a sudden. I'm getting bamboozled over here because we need to make that lighter. Well, let's do that. Nope, that ain't the right way. How's about this away? Oh yeah, yeah. We need that to be. I gotta go lighter. And this is our non-radiant radiant blue over here, by the way. This is Paul Rubens. This is not the genuine article. And of course, we talk about caress the brush, don't caress. Not only is there none of this, there ain't much space left on that brush. We're just about not even holding the brush anymore. Now we've done this, so you can see we got the light, we got this dark, we got this light. I think, see, we don't have enough of that going on with the back of his hand. I might have to simplify some things here. Yeah, bench guy. You kind of there's an expectation, right, that you don't have to worry about that stuff at that age. And again, that talk about getting bamboozled, right? A little bit of a surprise attack there. Basically, now Kathy's grandma, unfortunately, she just kind of she left this world too, but she was 105, basically twice Kathy's age. And that's, you're like, well, okay, what's better now? Unfortunately for her mom, I think she would choose neither. I think it's like, well, which would you rather? She would like, I'm going with none of the above. How's that? And again, that's kind of where my concern is, especially this week, because Mother's Day is Mother's Day, and that's why I try to be extra. Well, what would you say? Try and maybe some extra calls and try to be a distraction, basically. Now, of course, I can't quite do the puppet shows like I do on stream, so we can't provide that sort of distraction. But I do. I mean, we're always talking about new recipes and stuff because Kathy's sister is a chef. That's what she does for a living. That's why this is a cuisine channel, right, Camda? This is a cuisine channel. So, and that's a good where, like, for you, the focus is on the kids, and sometimes, well, you be kind of can get yourself absorbed in that, and then there's going to be the times where, well, again, a little something breaks free and starts banging around in the kitchen, so to speak. Uh, how's about we get to our burnt umber, not the painsy great. Too much paint on them. Let me take some of that off. How's about we try this again? We need it, and now this is what we did over here. See that little thing there? We got to do that. Oh, also this stuff right over here. See, we don't really have a full-on transition. Now we do. I mean, that was, again, that's more rocket surgery right there. Yeah, that's super complex what it did. Like, took 2 seconds. Took 2 seconds, added a whole bunch in just a couple of seconds right there. Now, oh, wow. Here I'm thinking we had all the dark we needed on this crown. Boy, was I wrong. I was mistaken. I was mistaken there. So fine. All right. Also, I was like, why is that not working out? Because we had that line completely wrong. I shall try. Is there gonna be a little yellow? Is that enough to give me that? Oh, look at this. Well, golly gee willikers, forgot to do the same thing on that side. So yeah, it's again, it is one of those things where it's gonna wax and it's going to wane, and it's not going to happen when you want it or don't want it to. It'll just kind of like, well, here's my plan for you today. And get you just kind of all you can really do is just hold steady and then kind of push back, and that might be in the most simple of ways. Well, like showing the kids, like trying to get them to do some miniature stuff, get them to kind of stay focused on school stuff. That right there, I mean, that is kind of a taking charge of life there. Again, doing what you can for them. Boy, I haven't really used this yellow too much. Okay, that just made it a super lemon yellow. All right, well, let's see what we can do with this crazy lemon yellow here. That's making me hungry. Oh, a lemon chill. Yes, that's what it's making me think about. A lemon chill. Haven't had one of those. Wow. Since I was in Boy Scouts at Comiskey Park. Yeah, yeah, that's right. There might not have really been too much in the way of actual meals today. I did have multiple pieces of cake. So that's, uh, yes, we've been surviving on chocolate cake here for about the last, I want to say about, hmm, 7.5 hours. Who would have thunk that chocolate cake has that much hang with them? It's almost like lambus bread, only tastier. Yeah, that's it. Basically it morphs. It morphs, Candace. So again, it may not be quite as the punch in the face. Uh, it's more than mild in the indigestion there. Oh, sorry about that, bench guy. Again, we got the filter set pretty high. So 1 second there, bench guy. There you go. And no problem there, Ben. And again, bench guy, just keep doing what you're doing. Again, well, the kids, they're kids, right, Camden? They may not appreciate it now, but who knows? Maybe 7, 8, 10 years down the line, they kind of realize like, okay, yeah, Dad was doing the best that Dad could do for us, and you just you do what you can. Because well, actually, trying to go too much past that will just make it'll be a little bit too difficult, and you might end up just too many things blow up in your face trying to do too much. Ooh, we need some of this turquoise here, lighter. Ooh, that's a nice green. Let me see what happens with this. Uh-huh. Guess what? We're gonna put that up here too. That's what's missing up there. And again, bench guy, if you can always shoot me a message or something like that, and I can. I got some different things that I've made for myself to just kind of keep sharp and such. Maybe if you want, pass them over your way. Pass them on over your way. Well, you know what? See, what are we doing here? I think we need more light on the underside of this here. It's weird to get it in there because of the shape, but I'm thinking we got to go lighter with this. All right, let me thin down this crazy lemon yellow here. Let me try this here again. There you go. Also here. What are we doing? That'll work. What's what's going on here? We don't really have that edge picked up. This one too. Yeah, that needs some yellow on it. That needs some yellow. Now we're gonna go to something a bit on the warmer side, like this here, trying to reestablish Mr. Filigree. Now, where's that ombre stuff? Nope, too much ombre. How's about more orange? Oh, now there's again. This will be a little color contrasty going on here. Look at this. Bam. We got some serious orange going on over there. Surrounded by all this blue and green. Look at that. Surrounded by all that blue and green. But now we've got ourselves some orange. No problem there, bench guy. No, and again, oh, and bench guy, thanks for every see that. And again, it's well, like your support, right? That support kind of keeps it keeps things a rolling here. So thank you, said, and see that's what you're doing there, bench guy, doing some good work on multiple fronts, helping out the kids, helping out the Wapelius here. Well, the Wapelius appreciates it right away. The kids might be a little later there, bench guy. They might be later on the uptick. You're going to get a thank you right now. Thank you so much. But much appreciated because, well, it sure does help. So thanks a bunch there, bench guy. Now, I'm glad you got a chance to hang out on the stream there because, well, it's been a little while, right? It's been a while. Now, that got way too dark. However, so I was able to spread that around. Oh, how's about in here? There you go. Now, what's going on with this? Maybe we need to expand that dark, and also maybe I was just looking over at Gwenny. That maybe should be even dark. Yes, that's gonna make this look a little more, give a little more sparkle, right? Now here we're going to take that same wild mix of the phthalo green and the ultramarine. Phthalo, it's a phthalo ultramarine. Oh, there you go, Camda. We specialize in making up new colors. Phthalo ultramarine. I gotta remember that. Ooh, there you go. And now this. Ah, is nice. There we go. We'll do that. We got three more. Oh, geez, we got a whole bunch of these guys here. Look at this. Looky there. All right, there's another. All right, next one down the line. Here we go. All right. Is it happening? Yep, there we go. All right. Now we did those. No, no, wait a minute. Let me see if this will work here. I am bound and determined to use every last scrap of the fast matte white that's out here. There. I better thin this down just a smidge here. Also there. Also there. And now let me see what's going to happen on the very bottom of these. Also you. By George, I think we got it. I think we have success there. Now, of course, when I mean, do they look like this there, Camja? The Thalo Marines, is that what they're going to look like? Hmm. I don't know what. Okay, that's also a big old glob on the end of the brush. Oops. Well, that's a little bit. Yeah. All right. Fine. We'll make that work. We'll just make it work. Whatever's. Again, this is maybe it's not the worst thing ever to have this almost sort of a bit of a bluish color here on some of our filigree. Maybe not. But well, actually, I think I might. Speaking of that whole, well, not sleep thing, but it is also 6:04 in the morning. I do declare, we might head on over maybe Brushmaster's Way. But before we do that, we also want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing 6 hours of moderation, like literally at the last minute there. Hey there, Rocket. So again, here let's take a little look see at Arthur right here. It's so wild. Here's there's the board game version of Arthur right there. This has been super fun. So Rocket, I hope that things have been going well. And again, there's a little bit different as far as the freehandy stuff here. But again, what we were going for, let me. There she is. There you go. Couples freehand, right there. So there's Gwenny, and here is there's Arthur himself. And again, you can see that this is more of a greenish blue right here. This is that's more the Indanthrene blue. Remember, we used Indanthrene blue there, and then here this is the influence of the ultramarine, Camda. That is pretty wild there. So again, I want to say thanks to everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. So sorry there, Rocket. Got to well, we've been at this almost 6 hours here too. Definitely gotta have me some chow. Gotta have me some chow. I'm gonna head again over to Brushmaster here. So thanks again, everybody. Really appreciate everything. Yeah, I think you might enjoy this there, Camda. It was worth the price of admission here to give it a little test. Well, one second there. Uh, well, no problem there. So see you later there, guys. Here, let's get on over to Brushmaster.